Chapter 11:28. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the swift boat, since he had fused with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from his 2 lifetimes. However, it was Feng Tianwu and Stone Quan's first time seeing it. It was only natural that they were surprised. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but he was actually cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 9th form, the Divine Dragon form. He turned a deaf ear to the whistling sound that was getting closer and closer. Under the gaze of Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, a small black dot appeared in the sky in the distance. Then, the small black dot continued to grow bigger. In the end, it transformed into an object that looked like a boat. This is the swift boat? Xiong Quan's eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at the boat-shaped object that was getting closer and closer. It doesn't look much different from an ordinary boat. Of course, it's just the appearance. The size of an ordinary boat is far smaller than this. Whoosh! After a while, the swift boat arrived at the Ruo Shui riverside, completely revealing its true appearance in front of everyone. Xiong Quan and Feng Tianwu looked at it. They discovered that the swift boat was made of some special material. Although they did not touch it, they could tell that the material was not simple just by looking at it. Apart from that, there were also some seats scattered around in the swift boat. These seats were either in groups of 3 to 5 or in pairs. Are they the Yin-Yang sect people who are controlling the swift boat? Soon after, Xiong Quan regained his senses and looked at the people standing at the front and back of the swift boat. There were 2 people in total, and both of them were old men. Just by standing there, they gave Xiong Quan a sense of extreme danger. These are 2 powerhouses. This was the first thought that popped up in Xiong Quan's mind. His intuition told him that these 2 people from Yin-Yang sect should be more powerful than him. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures shot out from the crowd and soon arrived near the swift boat. They joined the 2 old men who had just gotten off the swift boat and bowed respectfully to the 2 old men. Elder. After bowing, they joined the 2 old men and whispered to each other. Are they from Yin-Yang sect as well? They were standing right next to me just now. I really couldn't tell. Immediately, many people who had been waiting at the Ruo Shui riverside were greatly surprised. On one side of the flying boat, 2 Yin-Yang sect's disciples whispered to each other. The 2 Yin-Yang sect's old men's faces darkened subtly. At the same time, their gazes landed on a purple figure standing in the distance. Is he the one who annihilated the gold-swallowing organization and seized a large amount of upper-grade primordial stones that should have belonged to our Yin-Yang sect? One of the old men murmured as a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's inconvenient for us to lay our hands on him here. Otherwise, if other people find out that the Yin-Yang sect allowed the gold-swallowing organization to do as they please, our reputation will definitely be tarnished. Another old man said, Let's wait until we reach the inner land and return to the Yin-Yang sect. The former said, When we arrive at the Yin-Yang sect, no matter how many upper-grade primordial stones he has taken, make him spit them all out. Don't be careless. His identity must not be simple. Even his follower is at the martial monarch stage. The latter said, Naturally, the person who was targeted by the 2 old men was Duan Lingtian. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, had also become the focus of their attention. Elders. Elder Huang hasn't returned yet. I'm guessing he must have been killed by them. The Yin-Yang sect's disciple standing by the side said in a low voice. We'll be happy if he hands over the things that belong to our Yin-Yang sect. However, he actually dared to kill our Yin-Yang sect's elder. When we return to the sect, I'll make sure he won't be able to return alive. The 2 Yin-Yang sect's elders looked at each other and saw the gleam in each other's eyes. It was as though they were about to devour someone. Miss Tianwu, did you notice that those 2 old men are looking at us from time to time? Xiong Quan glanced at the 2 Yin-Yang sect's elders with a hint of dread and asked Feng Tianwu. They don't come with good intentions. Feng Tianwu, whose face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, opened her red lips lightly. She was a woman of few words. Everyone, listen up. The swift boat will depart in an hour. During this time, you can buy a boarding pass from those 2. Soon after, one of the Yin-Yang sect's elders pointed at the other 2 Yin-Yang sect's disciples and said in a loud voice. The moment his words left his mouth, An uproar broke out as expected. When I bought the fake boarding pass, all of you Yin sect's disciples were right beside me. Why didn't they remind me? You made me lose 20 high-grade origin stones for nothing. Many people said angrily. When they first arrived, they were all deceived by the gold-devouring organization because nobody reminded them. Each of them spent 20 high-grade origin stones to buy the fake boarding pass. Initially, when they found out that they were deceived, they did not dare to say anything when they saw how powerful the gold-devouring organization was. However, when they found out that the two Yin sect's disciples had been standing with them all this while, and that these two disciples had never reminded them, they were instantly enraged. If all of you Yin sect's disciples were to interfere in this matter, would the gold-devouring organization be so brazen? That's right. That's 20 high-grade origin stones. It's not a small amount. Many people whispered and discussed among themselves as they stared at the four Yin sect's disciples with righteous indignation. Humph! A cold voice drowned out the clamor that rose and fell one after another. It was one of the Yin sect's elders who took a step forward. The aura of a martial monarch powerhouse swept out and suppressed the indignant crowd to the point that they could barely breathe, let alone continue to speak. All of you were greedy and got deceived. Who else can you blame? Our Yin sect's swift boat costs 30 high-grade origin stones per person. The price is clearly marked, and we don't cheat anyone. Don't tell me you've never heard of it before. The Yin sect's elder said coldly. Upon hearing the Yin sect's elder's words, the group of people who were deceived earlier was instantly rendered speechless. That was right. Although it was the first time many of them came to the Ruoshui riverside and took the swift boat, they had more or less heard about the cost of the swift boat before they came. 30 high-grade origin stones, and the price was clearly marked. However, when they arrived, they saw someone selling a boarding pass for the swift boat, and it only cost 20 high-grade origin stones. Coupled with the fact that the boarding pass looked decent and nobody reminded them about it. At that time, they were impulsive and only wanted to save 10 high-grade origin stones. Naturally, they were deceived. Even if we were deceived because we were greedy, you Yin sect can't indulge them like this. Your Yin sect's disciples were here, so why didn't you remind us? Aren't you just watching us get deceived? Soon, someone said angrily. Remind you? Another Yin sect's elder glanced at him coldly. If you weren't greedy, would you have been deceived? If you had refused, would they have pestered you? Don't tell me that all of you have been tricked. Those who were not deceived and did not buy the fake boarding pass, were they hurt? Why do you think they were not hurt? It's all because of our Yin sect. If it wasn't for our Yin sect's deterrence, would they have survived? Would all of you have only lost 20 high-grade origin stones and not your lives? The Yin sect's elder spoke loudly, leaving the crowd speechless at once. It seemed to be true. At once, someone went to buy the boarding pass from the two Yin sect's disciples obediently. Soon after, more and more people followed suit. What a Yin sect! It's obvious that they're indulging in this on purpose, and yet, they still make it sound so righteous. Nobody knew when, but Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and glanced at the four Yin sect's people. A smirk crept up the corner of his mouth. Looks like these two old fellows already know that we've annihilated the gold-devouring organization. On top of that, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the two Yin sect's elders were looking at them with a cold gleam in their eyes. However, they did not attack them in public. They can still tolerate it? Duan Lingtian was shocked. In fact, the Yin sect's man who followed them to the gold-devouring organization's lair had already been killed by Tian Wu, and he did not have time to inform the rest of the Yin sect about his strength. He only had time to send out the news that they had annihilated the gold-devouring organization through a communication jade slip. Therefore, the four Yin sect's people in front of him did not know about his strength, and it was not because they were afraid of him that they did not dare to attack him. They were just tolerating it. Perhaps it's because there are so many people here that they can't make a move. After all, as soon as they make a move, it'll be exposed that the Yin sect deliberately let the gold-devouring organization go. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess all of this. Xiong Quan, go and buy 3 boarding passes. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan and raised his hand. A spatial ring appeared in his hand. After removing the ownership claim, he casually tossed it to Xiong Quan. I've put 1,000 high-grade origin stones in there. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan replied respectfully and immediately went to buy the boarding passes from the two Yin Yang sect's disciples. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu stood side by side and looked at the four Yin Yang sect's people from afar. Two fourth-level martial monarchs. With the cultivation base of these two people, they should be considered as elders in the Yin Yang sect, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I have some impression of the other two people. They were in the crowd earlier. However, they hid very well and did not expose their identities. They should be the Yin Yang sect's disciples who received the communication jade slip. Both of them are 9th-level void transformation martial artists. If I'm not mistaken, they should be at the peak of the void. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the entire cloud continent, a martial artist at the peak of the void could be considered as an important figure with an extraordinary status, especially in third-rate forces. A martial artist at the peak of the void was a leader. However, a martial artist at the peak of the void could only be considered as an outstanding disciple in a first-rate force because there were many martial monarchs in the first-rate force. If one had not broken through to the martial monarch stage, one would not be ranked. Chapter 11:29. As long as you infuse your origin energy into the boarding token that our Yin Yang sect sells, the words Yin Yang will appear. However, the fake boarding token that you guys bought won't have such a situation. Just when many people were comparing the fake boarding token with the real one, the voice of the Yin Yang sect elder resonated in a timely manner. Immediately, many people began to experiment. It really is. Soon, they realized that it was just as the Yin Yang sect elder had said. The words Yin Yang would only appear when they infused their origin energy into the real boarding token. However, there was no reaction at all when they infused their origin energy into the fake boarding token. Looks like there's a high possibility that there's an inscription master above the 7th-level martial monarch stage in the Yin Yang sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, when he was in the sky above the gold-devouring organization's lair, it was difficult for him to catch up with the communication jade slip that the Yin Yang sect elder had sent out. At that time, he already knew. That communication jade slip was made by an inscription master with an extremely high level of spiritual energy. Otherwise, the speed of the communication jade slip would not be so fast. Now that he saw the boarding token that would appear with the words Yin Yang, when he infused it with his origin energy, Duan Lingtian was completely certain. The boarding token was inscribed and set up with a special inscription formation. Once the origin energy was infused into it, words or pictures would appear according to the outline of the inscription formation. This kind of inscription formation can only be inscribed by an inscription master whose spiritual energy has reached the 7th-level martial monarch stage or above. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian could determine that there was such an inscription master in the Yin Yang sect. An hour later, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, handed the boarding tokens in their hands to the two Yin Yang sect elders one after another. After the latter verified them, they boarded the swift boat one by one. It was worth mentioning. When it was Duan Lingtian's turn, the Yin Yang sect elder looked at Duan Lingtian with hostility in his eyes. It was as though he could not wait to attack Duan Lingtian directly. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Moreover, he could tell that the other party would not attack him for the time being. Perhaps they want to wait until they reach the inner land and the Yin Yang sect before making their move on me. If he were in the other party's shoes, he would have done the same. Duan Lingtian and the other two boarded the swift boat one after another and sat in the innermost seats in groups of 3 to 5. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were sitting close to each other. Xiong Quan, on the other hand, tactfully sat near the outer seats. This position is not bad. Duan Lingtian straightened his chest and raised his head. He could clearly see the Ruo Shui River. The Ruo Shui River stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like stagnant water. There was not a single ripple. It was extremely calm. However, Duan Lingtian knew very well in his heart. Behind the calm surface of the Ruo Shui River, there was a hidden killing intent. Closer to the center of the Ruo Shui River, the water surface would become increasingly unstable. The gravitational force and gravity would also increase, making it difficult for people to fly on the surface of the river. If a martial artist with a low cultivation base tried to force his way into the Ruoxue River, there would only be one result: exhaustion and fall into the river. Once he fell into the river, there would only be one result: death. 15 minutes later, apart from the two Yin-Yang sect disciples, everyone else had boarded the airboat. The old man who had warned Duan Lingtian earlier but did not dare to greet him later was now sitting near Duan Lingtian and the other two. "Little brother, I'm really sorry about earlier. I was just worried that there might be spies from the gold-devouring organization in the group of people earlier." The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and said apologetically. Everyone was afraid of death. He was no exception. The reason why he dared to warn Duan Lingtian earlier was because everyone was looking at Duan Lingtian at that time. Therefore, he was not worried about being discovered. "It's all right." Duan Lingtian shook his head, indicating that he did not care. "Rise." At this moment, a loud shout reverberated in the air. It was one of the Yin-Yang sect elders who shouted. Then, the other Yin-Yang sect elder who stood in front of the airboat began to get busy. The airboat could only be activated by someone. Whoosh! The moment the Yin-Yang sect elder's words left his mouth, the airboat rose into the air. After accumulating strength for a while, it shot into the sky above the Ruoxue River like an arrow leaving the bow. The moment the airboat entered the sky above the Ruoxue River, it suddenly trembled and fell rapidly. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the airboat? We can't be so unlucky, right? At once, many people cried out in surprise. After a while, the airboat came to a stop and rose slowly. Many people felt relieved. What a strong gravity on this Ruoxue River. Then, those who were frightened to the point that they still had lingering fear in their hearts sighed. Of course, if it's not for the strong gravity on the Ruoxue River and the fact that the river water can kill people, why would we spend 30 high-grade origin stones to board this airboat for no reason? Some of the people who were calm from the beginning until the end, and it was obvious that it was not their first time crossing the Ruoxue River on this airboat, said as a matter of fact. The people nodded their heads one after another when they heard this. "Little brother, is this your first time on this airboat?" The old man, who was frightened to the point that he still had lingering fear in his heart, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Although he was also frightened earlier, since he was facing Duan Lingtian and the other two, he could clearly see the expressions of Duan Lingtian and the other two from the beginning until the end. Among the three of them, only the purple-clad young man did not move at all. It was as though he knew the airboat would fall. "It's my first time. However, someone told me that we would encounter such a situation," Duan Lingtian replied. The old man was enlightened. When he saw Duan Lingtian closing his eyes to rest, he tactfully did not open his mouth to disturb him. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and cultivated in peace. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. I still have half a year's time. With the help of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it's only a matter of time before I break through to the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. After cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian became a little impatient. The moment he thought about the situation of his 2 fiancées, he could not calm down at all. Impatience and anger continued to spread in his heart, threatening to burst out at any moment. After a while, he finally managed to suppress it. The aftereffects of being devilified by the Devil Seal tablet are too great. After calming down, Duan Lingtian sighed secretly. Previously, when he was in the sky above the gold-devouring organization's lair, he was instantly enraged when he found out that his 2 fiancées were in a bad situation. At that time, he immediately grabbed the neck of the Yin-Yang sect's old man. If it was not for his rationality that suppressed his anger as much as possible, he would have strangled the old man to death. The old man would not have been killed by Feng Tianwu at all. However, even if I can break through to the 3rd-level martial monarch stage, I might not be able to defeat the powerhouses of the Yin-Yang sect, especially that peak master of Yang Peak. As one of the strongest people in the Yin-Yang sect, his strength is at least at the 8th-level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun rapidly as he continued to ponder. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Many first-rate forces had ninth-level martial monarch stage powerhouses during his era. That peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect might be a ninth-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. When he thought up to this point, Duan Tian secretly gasped. If the other party was really a ninth-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, it was impossible for him to have the strength to defeat the other party in just half a year. Unless my fused profundity can break through and become like the Emperor's stage profundity, once I break through, I'll gain the strength of an ancient black dragon. Otherwise, it's impossible for me to be a match for him. Duan Tian knew this very well. Due to this reason, Duan Tian felt extremely pressured. It was so pressuring that he could barely breathe. Cultivate. Comprehend. After taking a deep breath, Duan Tian finally calmed down and began to cultivate again. He held the 3 nature profundity fragments in his hand to comprehend and improve his fused profundity. The sword Tao that originated from the word sword in his mind was constantly being comprehended. Currently, he was eager to improve his strength. If he was not strong enough, he might not be able to save the 2 girls from the Sea of Fire even if he reached the Inner Land and the Yin-Yang sect. Something's bothering him. Feng Tianwu, who was sitting quietly next to Duan Tian, also noticed that something was wrong with Duan Tian. However, she was sensible enough not to disturb him. Instead, she quietly stayed by his side. The swift boat was very fast. Gusts of swift wind blew toward them. However, these gusts of wind were all blocked by the light shield on the swift boat. It did not affect the people on the swift boat at all. The light shield was formed by the defense formation. As time went by, the people on the swift boat began to close their eyes and cultivate one after another. For a moment, the entire swift boat fell into silence. At the front of the swift boat, the Yin-Yang sect elder also had some free time since the swift boat was flying normally. He and the other Yin-Yang sect elder standing at the back of the swift boat looked at each other before they looked at Duan Tian at the same time. There was a terrifying killing intent in the depth of their eyes. Right now, they could not wait to throw Duan Tian out of the swift boat. However, they did not dare to do so. If they did so, they would be delighted. However, it would also cause fear in other people. In the future, once this matter spread out, nobody would dare to ride on the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat anymore. A month's time passed very quickly. The journey was smooth, and they did not encounter any accidents. Occasionally, some small swift boats would pass by, but they would stop nearby for a while before leaving again. More than 90% of the people in the small swift boat were bandits who wandered on the Ruoshui River. However, these bandits had good judgment. Usually, they would not provoke people that they could not afford to offend. Just like the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat, not many bandits dared to provoke it. They would avoid it even if they saw it. Of course, it was only because there were not many bandits who dared to provoke it. On the Ruoshui River, there were many powerhouses among the bandits. There were even bandits whose strength was above the 4th-level martial monarch stage. For example, these bandits would not let go of the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat even if they encountered it. Chapter 11:30. Sometimes, such bandits would even deliberately loot the Yin-Yang sect's swift boats. Due to the fear of these kinds of bandits, the Yin-Yang sect elders standing at the front of the swift boat would steer the swift boat to avoid a straight line every once in a while. Because of this, their safety was greatly improved. Of course, this did not mean that they were absolutely safe. Sometimes, if they were unlucky, anything could happen to them. Time passed by quietly. Another half a month had passed, and the swift boat was already halfway through its journey. It would only take another half a month to reach the Inner Land. The 2 Yin-Yang sect elders breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they had successfully completed half of the journey. However, before they could catch their breaths, horror dawned on their faces as they looked in the direction of the swift boat in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An ear-piercing whistling sound came from the front of the swift boat, and it was getting closer and closer. This was also the reason why the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders' faces turned pale. Bandits. In a flash of lightning, the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders looked at each other and spat out the 2 words in unison. They did not deliberately suppress their voices, so it was exceptionally loud in this quiet, swift boat. In an instant, More than half of the people were awakened. After these people were awakened, they were still a little confused at first. However, when they regained their senses, horror dawned on them one after another. What? Bee bandits? Bandits. They had encountered bandits on the Ruoshui River. They had heard of the bandits on the Ruoshui River before. They were far more powerful than the ordinary bandits in the Innerland and Outerland. Some of them were even at the martial Monarch stage. Very soon, the people who had regained their senses looked at the front of the swift boat. They could see a few black dots that were getting bigger and bigger as they rushed towards them. Xiong Quan was also awakened by the noise. When he realized what was happening, his face turned grave. "We're on the Yin Yang sect's swift boat. The bandits shouldn't dare to provoke us, right? The two elders are at the martial Monarch stage. Even if they provoke us, we might not be the ones at a disadvantage. It's not easy for us to cross the Ruoshui River. It's considered a success for us to encounter bandits." Many people whispered to each other. These people were all people who were crossing the Ruoshui River on the swift boat for the first time. They were full of confidence in the two Yin Yang sect elders and did not think that anything would happen to them. Now, they were looking forward to the scene of the two Yin Yang sect elders killing the bandits and forcing them to retreat. "Humph, you guys are really naive." Hearing the words of these hotheads, some people, who had taken flying boats to cross the Ruoshui River more than once, snorted coldly and said, "Didn't you see the change in the expressions of the two elders? Do you think those bandits won't be able to tell that the flying boat we're on belongs to the Yin Yang sect? The bandits of the Ruoshui River are all cunning. If they weren't confident, do you think they would make a move?" As soon as this person finished speaking, everyone who had woken up on the swift boat looked at the two Yin Yang sect elders in unison. Shwa, shwa, shwa. When they saw the ugly faces of the two Yin Yang sect elders, their expressions changed again. They realized that the bandits in front of the flying boat were indeed hostile. Even the expressions of the two Yin Yang sect elders changed. It's obvious that they don't have the confidence to deal with these bandits. What should we do? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why did I want to go to the Innerland for no reason? Look at it now. I'm going to lose my life here. At once, the entire swift boat was in chaos. Most of the people's expressions changed drastically as fear filled their eyes. It was as if doomsday had arrived. In such a noisy environment, even those who were focused on cultivating would be woken up by the noise. Among them were Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and the old man who was sitting not far away from Duan Lingtian. It was the old man who had kindly warned Duan Lingtian at the Ruoshui River. Bandits? Even the two Yin Yang sect elders don't have the confidence to deal with them? Soon, the group of people who had just woken up, including Duan Lingtian, learned about the dangerous situation they were in. "Little brother, it seems like we're going to die here today." The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a long face. A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. He did not say anything as he looked at the front of the swift boat immediately. With just a glance, he saw 7 small swift boats whizzing towards them. They arrived at the front, back, and sides of their swift boat, surrounding them completely. "Friends from Yin Yang sect, listen up. Stop the swift boat immediately. Otherwise, we'll destroy your boat and kill you." At this moment, a loud voice resonated from the small swift boat in front of the swift boat. The voice was filled with coldness as though it came from an ice cave. It made one's heart palpitate. No, no. At once, the Yin Yang sect's swift boat fell into chaos again. Humph. A cold snort resonated and suppressed the noise. It was the Yin Yang sect elder in front of the swift boat. He snorted and began to control the swift boat at the same time. After a while, the swift boat began to decelerate until it came to a stop. The swift boat that had just come to a stop began to freefall again. It fell from the sky and shocked many people on the swift boat, so much that their faces changed drastically. It was only when the swift boat stopped falling that their faces relaxed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the swift boat came to a stop, a series of swift whizzing sounds resonated in the air. Numerous figures appeared at the front, back, and sides of the swift boat. It was a group of people dressed in black. Among these people, There were old men and middle-aged men. "It's you guys again." Just when the people on the swift boat were on high alert, the two Yin-Yang sect elders on the swift boat cried out in shock. The moment the two Yin-Yang sect elders' words left their mouth, many people on the swift boat heaved a sigh of relief. Based on the words of the two Yin-Yang sect elders, it was obvious that they had encountered these bandits before. Since the two Yin-Yang sect elders were still alive, it meant that these bandits did not have the ability to kill them. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and watched the scene before him with interest. He was also curious. How did these two Yin-Yang sect elders know this group of bandits? "Elders, we meet again after half a year. I must say that we're really fated." Among the group of bandits standing at the edge of the swift boat, an old man in black who stood at the front of the swift boat looked at the two Yin-Yang sect elders and smiled faintly. "Who's fated with you?" The two Yin-Yang sect elders' faces turned pale. "Half a year ago, the three of us fought with the two of you. Although we were able to suppress the two of you, if this continued, even if we managed to kill the two of you, we would have suffered some losses as well." As if he could see the confusion on the people on the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat, the old man in black said nonchalantly, "That time, we came to an agreement. Give us 1,000 high-grade origin stones, and we'll leave on our own. This time, I won't ask for too much. It's still 1,000 high-grade origin stones. What do you think?" After the old man in black finished speaking, he looked at the two Yin-Yang sect elders. At this moment, the people finally understood why the two Yin-Yang sect elders did not die when they encountered these bandits in the past. It was because they had paid the toll. As if they were agreeing with the words of the old man in black, the other two old men beside him suddenly released two powerful auras. It was so oppressive that most of the people on the swift boat felt suffocated. Martial Monarch Powerhouse. At this moment, other than Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, everyone on the swift boat had a change of expression. Not only that, he's not an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. Among the people on the swift boat, there was no lack of insightful people. Their faces were extremely pale. The two Yin-Yang sect elders' faces turned even paler. However, they did not reply to the bandit leader's words. Instead, their eyes landed on the back of the swift boat in unison. To be more precise, their eyes landed on a purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the bandit leader also looked at Duan Lingtian with great interest. A gleam flashed across his eyes. "Why are the two elders looking at me? Since we can spend money to avoid disaster, why do we have to fight to the death?" Seeing the two Yin-Yang sect elders looking at him, Duan Lingtian grinned. "There are about 70 of us in this group. Each of us paid 30 high-grade origin stones to ride on this swift boat. In total, it's 2,000 high-grade origin stones. 1,000 high-grade origin stones is only half of what you've collected this time." Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. Duan Lingtian's words were approved by most of the people on the swift boat. They nodded in agreement. You. The two Yin-Yang sect elders originally wanted to discuss with Duan Lingtian to see if they could deal with this group of bandits together. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to say such a thing. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode, although they did not think that Duan Lingtian's group was more powerful than them. However, since Duan Lingtian's group had the ability to destroy the gold-devouring organization, they might be able to suppress this group of bandits if they joined forces with them. What they did not expect was that Duan Lingtian would be so spineless. The bandit leader originally had a fearful expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At such a critical moment, the two Yin-Yang sect elders had their eyes on him. He must not be a simple person. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but laugh out loud. Haha, this little brother is really tactful. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Both elders should learn from this little brother. When the bandit leader reached the end of his sentence, he stared at the two Yin-Yang sect elders deeply. The two of them were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. "Since I'm so tactful, shouldn't you give us a discount? For example, how about 50 high-grade origin stones less?" Duan Lingtian looked at the bandit leader and asked with a smile. "How dare you?" At once, many of the bandits' faces changed as they shouted angrily, "Boy, how dare you bargain with our leader? Are you tired of living?" Just when the group of bandits was getting agitated, the bandit leader raised his hand and silenced them. Interesting, interesting. The bandit leader and Duan Lingtian looked at each other for a while. The smile that had disappeared from his face reappeared again. Then, I'll give you face and charge you 50 high-grade origin stones less. Thank you. Chapter 11:31. Although the Yin-Yang sect elders were so angry that their lungs were about to explode, they had no choice but to hand over 950 high-grade origin stones obediently. Elders, I'm looking forward to our next meeting. After the bandit leader received the high-grade origin stones, he looked at the two Yin-Yang sect elders with a smile on his face. He looked extremely friendly, as if he was a friend of the latter. Hearing the bandit leader's words, the two Yin-Yang sect elders were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Their faces were flushed, and their chests rose and fell like bellows. They could not calm down for a long time. Young man, farewell. Following that, the bandit leader glanced at Duan Lingtian, who closed his eyes and ignored the surroundings. After that, he led the group of bandits back to their small swift boat and flew away. At the same time, the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat regained its peace. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who sat there with his eyes closed, and Feng Tianwu, who sat quietly beside Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people present, including Xiong Quan, could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The atmosphere just now was so oppressive that they could barely breathe. Now, the rain was finally over. Young master, can you tell what the cultivation base of those bandits are? Xiong Quan asked softly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In his eyes, his young master had a unique vision. He could often accurately see through a person's cultivation base. With their strength, if Tian Wu and I did not make a move, we would definitely lose even if you helped those two old men. Duan Lingtian answered Xiong Quan sideways. Then, Xiong Quan was puzzled. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. You want to ask me why I didn't make a move, right?
Yes.
Xiong Quan nodded. Since they can solve the problem with origin stones, why should I make a move? Don't tell me that I can still earn those 1,000 high-grade origin stones if I make a move? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Xiong Quan when he reached the end of his sentence. Xiong Quan was stunned when he heard that. He had never thought that his young master would think this way. He immediately smiled bitterly to himself. Young master is young master. His thoughts are never something that I can understand. At this moment, the faces of the two Yin-Yang sect elders were still as gloomy as ever. One of them went back to the front of the swift boat and started it up. Whoosh! The flying boat broke through the air and continued its journey. I'm sure everyone saw what happened just now. At this moment, another Yin-Yang sect elder who was not controlling the swift boat looked around and said in a deep voice. As soon as the words left the Yin-Yang sect elder's mouth, many people's expressions changed. Don't tell me you want us to fork out the 950 high-grade primordial stones? Soon, someone guessed with an ugly expression. Wouldn't it be too ridiculous for us to contribute? It's obvious that they don't have the ability to protect us, which is why they have to pay the toll fee to the bandits. Many people looked dissatisfied and angry. If there was anyone present who was relatively calm, it would be Duan Lingtian. The faint indifference on Duan Lingtian's face made it seem as if he had expected this to happen. Humph! The Yin-Yang sect elder snorted coldly. After his thunderous voice drowned out the noise in the swift boat, he said in a deep voice, All of you are only paying the transportation fee for riding our Yin-Yang sect's swift boat to the inner land. What you just paid is the fee for your survival. If you don't pay, not only us, but all of you will die too. Who dares to deny this? When the Yin-Yang sect elder reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of anger in his tone. For a moment, the entire swift boat was silent. Although many people were still angry, they did not dare to say anything now for fear of angering the Yin-Yang sect elder in front of them. Elder, how much does each of us have to pay? Someone asked, asking the question that was on everyone's mind. I've calculated. There's a total of 73 people on the swift boat. Everyone just has to pay 15 high-grade primordial stones. The Yin-Yang sect elder said. 73 people? No one had to pay 15 high-grade primordial stones? For a moment, many people's expressions changed. If they really paid, not only would they pay the toll that they paid to the bandits earlier, but the Yin sect elder would also earn over 100 high-grade primordial stones. Many people wanted to say something, but they immediately noticed the Yin sect elder's sharp gaze that swept over them. Each and every one of them was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost, completely deflated. For a moment, the entire swift boat fell into a dead silence. Elder, I don't have 15 high-grade primordial stones with me. A sudden voice broke the dead silence in the swift boat. It was a middle-aged man who said to the Yin sect elder helplessly, "You don't have 15 high-grade primordial stones? Are you sure?" The Yin sect elder's face turned grave. His eyes gleamed coldly as he asked sternly, "Elder, I really don't have that many high-grade primordial stones. If you don't believe me, I can remove the ownership of the spatial ring and show you." As the middle-aged man spoke, he was about to take off the spatial ring on his finger. "There's no need." The Yin sect elder opened his mouth to stop him. "There's no need?" The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He thought the Yin sect elder pitied him and did not intend to take his share of high-grade primordial stones. However, was there such a good thing in the world? The answer was no. Just when he was about to express his gratitude, he saw a flash in front of his eyes. Another person appeared in front of him. When he took a closer look, was that not the Yin sect elder? Before he could react, he felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his lower abdomen. It was so painful that he did not even have the time to scream before he completely lost consciousness. Bang! At the same time, a loud sound reverberated in the air, causing the group of people in the swift boat to look over. The scene before their eyes caused horror to appear on their faces. They saw the Yin sect elder casually destroying the middle-aged man's dantian with a punch. When the middle-aged man fainted from the pain, he grabbed his arm and threw him out of the swift boat. When the middle-aged man was thrown out of the swift boat, he was instantly awakened by the piercing wind. When he realized what was going on, he was already falling toward the surface of the Ruoshui River. All the people in the swift boat heard was a short-lived scream that came to an abrupt end. At once, the swift boat fell into a dead silence again. Cold sweat broke out on many people's foreheads. What a good move! Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the Yin sect elder, who threw the middle-aged man out of the swift boat with interest. He could tell that the Yin sect elder did it on purpose. His ulterior motive was not in the wine. As expected, after the Yin sect elder's deterrence, the remaining people completely lost their temper. One by one, they handed over the high-grade origin stones obediently. After a while, only Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and the old man who was sitting opposite Duan Lingtian and the other 2 had not handed over their origin stones. Seeing the Yin sect elder walking over, the old man hurriedly took out 15 high-grade origin stones and was about to hand them over. Wait a minute. At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth to stop the old man. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. He did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. "Elder, I saved 50 high-grade origin stones for you earlier. The 4 of us shouldn't have to hand it over, right?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked deeply at the Yin sect elder. Whoosh! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, before the Yin sect elder could respond, the people on the swift boat burst into an uproar. He bargained with the bandit leader just now, so that he doesn't have to hand over the high-grade origin stones now? He already guessed that the Yin sect elder would ask us to hand over the high-grade origin stones? What a terrifying person. At that time, he still has the time to think about these things. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the Yin sect elder ignored it as though he did not hear him at all. He continued to look at the man. "Are you sure you don't want to hand it over?" "I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over." Seeing the cold gleam in the Yin sect elder's eyes, the old man panicked. He hurriedly handed over the 15 high-grade origin stones in his hand. It was only when the old man handed over the origin stones that Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. His face darkened. He did not expect this Yin sect elder to be so greedy. He had already said so much, but he still wanted to force the old man to hand over the high-grade origin stones. The three of you. 45 high-grade origin stones. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Yin Yang sect elder looked at Duan Lingtian and the other two again and said calmly. Although his tone was calm, there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. 45 high-grade origin stones? Duan Lingtian looked at the Yin Yang sect elder who was just inches away from him and sneered. Is there something wrong with your ears? I've already said that I've already saved you 50 high-grade origin stones. That's a separate matter. Now, everyone has handed it over except for the three of you? Do you think that's possible? The Yin Yang sect elder sneered as well. A terrifying gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he would attack Duan Lingtian and the other two at any moment. That was exactly what he had in mind. He had long wanted to kill the three people in front of him and snatch the wealth left behind by the gold-devouring organization. It was just that he could not find an opportunity or an excuse to do so. After all, if he had killed the three of them earlier, it would undoubtedly be telling everyone that the Yin Yang sect was intentionally condoning the gold-devouring organization scams. If that was the case, the Yin Yang sect's image and reputation would definitely be destroyed. However, it was different now. He had found an opportunity and an excuse. Right now, he could not wait for the three of them to refuse to hand over the 45 high-grade origin stones. In that case, he would have an excuse to kill the three of them and throw them out of the swift boat. Don't be too greedy as a person. You must know when to stop. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes. He deliberately lowered his voice, and it was obvious that he was enraged. Refused to hand it over? The Yin Yang sect elder laughed. He laughed wantonly. He had finally found his chance. Just when the Yin Yang sect elder standing in front of Duan Lingtian was about to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the spatial ring in his hand before throwing Duan Lingtian out of the swift boat. Damn it. Chapter 1132. Bandits? At once, the entire swift boat fell into a state of panic again. Is it the group of bandits that just left and returned? Someone asked immediately. It's another group of bandits. The Yin Yang sect elder standing at the front of the swift boat said with a grave expression. Another group of bandits? At once, the expressions of the people on the swift boat changed drastically. They felt that they were really unlucky. How long had it been? To encounter two groups of bandits consecutively? Consider yourself lucky. The other Yin Yang sect elder who was looking at Duan Lingtian glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely before he turned around and approached the other Yin Yang sect elder at the front of the swift boat. Right now, he did not have the time to be calculative with Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's face was calm. He did not panic because of the Yin Yang sect elder's anger at all. Neither did he panic because of the group of bandits that had just arrived. Little brother, if we can survive this time, you better hand over your upper-grade origin stones. At this moment, the old man nearby looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. We can't afford to offend the Yin Yang sect people. There's no need to lose your life just because of a moment of anger. Senior, no matter when, I'll never agree to an unreasonable request. Duan Lingtian grinned and said nonchalantly, You. The old man was speechless. At that moment, he could only think to himself, the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. This group of bandits only have 4 small swift boats? Xiong Quan's voice resonated at the right time. His gaze landed in front of him, and he saw the 4 small swift boats that were flying towards them rapidly. At this moment, many people saw them as well. Only 4 small swift boats? Looks like it's a small group of bandits. They don't even have as many people as the group of bandits just now. Such a small group. The 2 Yin Yang sect elders should be able to deal with it, right? Many people discussed among themselves. Their words were filled with contempt for the bandits in the 4 small swift boats. However, many people, including Duan Lingtian and the 2 Yin Yang sect elders, did not think so. In their opinion, if there was a powerful bandit among the bandits, even if there was only a small flying boat, it would be enough to destroy them easily. On Cloud Continent, the strong were respected, and the competition between martial artists didn't rely on numbers to obtain victory. For example, If 10 void transformation martial artists were to encounter a martial emperor, the latter would be able to slaughter the former in a few breaths. They were both martial artists at the void transformation stage. An expert at the peak of the emptiness realm could also easily reap the lives of many low-level emptiness transformation realm martial artists. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A moment later, 4 small flying boats arrived and surrounded the Yin-Yang sect's flying boat, one in the front and one in the back, one on the left and one on the right. At the same time, the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat stopped as well. Although the group of bandits didn't request for the Yin-Yang sect's flying boat to stop, they still didn't dare to do so. However, given the current situation, it was useless even if the flying boat didn't stop. Once the enemy attacked the flying boat, everyone on the flying boat would still have to stay. He might as well be tactful and take the initiative to stop. That way, he could prevent the flying boat from being destroyed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the flying boat came to a stop, a series of wind whistling sound resonated. Before most people could react, 4 figures appeared out of thin air above the flying boat. An old man in a golden robe stood at the front of the flying boat. The old man stood in the air as though he was one with heaven and earth, giving off an invisible pressure. On both sides of the flying boat, there was a silver-robed old man standing in the air. The 2 silver-robed old men had one thing in common. They looked exactly the same. They were a pair of twin brothers. Just by standing there, they gave off an oppressive feeling as well. Although it was not as oppressive as the golden-robed old man, it was not far off. A middle-aged man in a copper robe stood at the back of the flying boat. The middle-aged man's gaze swept across the flying boat and finally landed on a red figure. What a beautiful woman! Naturally, the person he had his eyes on was Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu's peerless beauty was enough to topple a nation. It was enough to make any man's heart flutter. In an instant, greed and lust rose in the eyes of the middle-aged man in the copper robe. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Brothers, from today onward, all of you have a sister-in-law. The middle-aged man in the copper robe spoke, breaking the silent and solemn atmosphere on the flying boat. At this moment, in the eyes of the middle-aged man in the copper robe, it seemed as though only Feng Tianwu and his other 3 companions were left in the world. As for the others, he chose to ignore them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For a moment, the golden-robed old man and the other 2 silver-robed old men followed the middle-aged man's gaze and landed on Feng Tianwu. 3 pairs of eyes lit up at the same time. What a peerless beauty! The golden-robed old man praised. Such a beauty is indeed worthy of our 4th brother. One of the silver-robed old men said. I can't believe there's such a beauty in the Yin-Yang sect's flying boat. 4th brother, you're really lucky this time. The other silver-robed old man laughed. Ha ha! Upon hearing the 3 old men's words, the middle-aged man in the copper robe laughed proudly. However, at this moment, he did not notice. Beside the red-clothed woman he had taken a fancy to, the purple-clothed youth looked at him with narrowed eyes that were filled with dense killing intent. Seeing that someone dared to profane his young master's woman, his future young mistress, Xiong Quan was instantly enraged. His sturdy body trembled, and he was about to explode. I'll kill him. A cold voice entered Xiong Quan's ears and stopped him. At the same time, Feng Tianwu stood up. Her red robe fluttered even though there was no wind. It was like a ball of fire that was burning fiercely. As it burned, it rose into the air and emitted a scorching aura. The aura rolled and turned into a scorching airwave that set off a scorching wind. It made everyone on the flying boat feel as though they were in a volcano. Haha, 4th brother, it seems like your future wife has a bad temper. She's not that easy to control. One of the silver-robed old men teased. If she's easy to control, what's the difference between her and those ordinary women? I like this kind of woman. She's so tasty. The copper-robed middle-aged man stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. When he looked at Feng Tianwu again, his eyes shone even brighter. At the same time, the copper robe on his body began to flutter. You're the 4 southern river bandits. Just when Feng Tianwu and the copper-robed middle-aged man were about to break out into a fight, an exclamation resonated in the air and attracted everyone's attention. The person who exclaimed was one of the two Yin-Yang sect elders. Horror dawned on his face as he looked at the golden-robed old man in front of him as though he had just seen a ghost. S4 Southern River Bandits? At the same time, the other Yin-Yang sect elder's face changed completely as well. There was even a hint of despair in his eyes. 4 Southern River Bandits? What's that? Why do the two Yin-Yang sect elders have such a big reaction? I've never heard of them before. However, they must be very powerful. Otherwise, the two Yin-Yang sect elders wouldn't have lost their composure like this. That's right. Even when they were facing the group of bandits earlier, the two Yin-Yang sect elders didn't react like this. It seems like these 4 bandits are even more powerful than the group of bandits earlier. Then, what should we do? Upon seeing the two Yin-Yang sect elders' expressions, horror dawned on the people on the swift boat. Despair began to spread among them and was out of control. The 4 Southern River Bandits. Don't tell me it's them? Suddenly, a middle-aged man seemed to have recalled something as horror dawned on his face. What? You've heard of them? At once, many people looked at the middle-aged man. If they're really the 4 Southern River Bandits, then none of us will be able to survive today. The middle-aged man's face turned grave as he muttered, the 4 Southern River Bandits are the top bandit groups in the south of Ruo Shui River. Among them, Gold Bandit is a 6th-level martial monarch powerhouse. The 2 Silver Bandit are at the 5th-level martial monarch stage and the 4th-level martial monarch stage. Even the weakest one, Copper Bandit, is at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. When the middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, his body began to tremble violently out of fear. Gold Bandit, Silver Bandit, Copper Bandit. The people on the swift boat glanced at the golden-robed old man, the silver-robed old man, and the copper-robed middle-aged man with horror in their eyes. You must be the Yin-Yang sect elders, right? Consider yourself unlucky to have encountered us, the 4 bandits. The golden-robed old man was none other than Gold Bandit. He glanced at the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders indifferently. Whoosh, whoosh. When the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders saw Gold Bandit looking at them and saying such words, horror dawned on them immediately. One of the Yin-Yang sect elders said in horror, Senior Gold Bandit, today is your brother's good day. Please show mercy. We're willing to hand over all of our origin stones. Good day? Gold Bandit was stunned. That's right. Didn't your brother take a fancy to that girl? She is a rare beauty, and for your younger brother to be able to marry her, it is truly the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. The other Yin-Yang sect elder said in a panic. When he reached this point, he glanced at the red-clad girl who was confronting the copper-robed middle-aged man, Copper Bandit. The red-clad girl was none other than Feng Tianwu. Upon hearing the Yin-Yang sect elder's words, Feng Tianwu's cold face was covered with a layer of frost once again. She exuded an icy aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. Her pair of autumn eyes gleamed with a cold gleam, as though she was about to devour someone. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. His extremely cold eyes stared at the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders, as though he was looking at 2 dead men. Unknowingly, he had already clenched his fists. At this moment, many people on the swift boat looked at the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders with disdain. They did not expect this at all. In order to survive, these 2 Yin-Yang sect elders would actually use a girl as a shield. Of course, there were also many people who looked at Gold Bandit anxiously, hoping that he would let them go. Do you mean that my 4th brother doesn't deserve her? Chapter 11:33. No, of course not. When the Yin-Yang sect elder saw Gold Thug's piercing gaze sweeping towards him, horror dawned on his face as he hurriedly shook his head. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to express his opinion. Whoosh! Gold Thug disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of him when he reappeared. Boom! A gush of vast energy gushed out of Gold Thug's body like a tidal wave. It drowned the Yin-Yang sect elder before he could even react. At once, the Yin-Yang sect elder did not even have the time to scream before he was completely obliterated and turned into dust. All that was left was a spatial ring that slowly fell from the sky. A 4th-level martial monarch stage martial artist was instantly killed. This was the strength of a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the swift boat, other than Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and the other 3 of the 4 southern river thugs, had a change of expression on their faces as fear filled their eyes. Especially the other Yin Yang sect elder. When he saw Gold Thug killing his companion and grabbing his companion's spatial ring in his hand, he no longer dared to hesitate. Run. He moved his body and fled out of the swift boat immediately. However, would he be able to escape? Profundity aside, his origin energy as a 4th-level martial monarch stage martial artist was weaker than a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist by 2,000 ancient horn dragon strength. With such a difference in strength, how could he possibly escape from a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist? Boom. Without any suspense, the remaining Yin Yang sect elder was instantly killed by Gold Thug as well. He followed in his companion's footsteps, and the spatial ring he left behind after his death was also in Gold Thug's hands. Run! Run! Seeing the 2 Yin Yang sect elders being killed in just a blink of an eye, the remaining people turned pale and scattered in all directions. Although they were not sure if they could escape or not. However, they knew about it. If they did not escape, they would definitely die. As some of them left the swift boat and were swallowed by the powerful gravitational force of the Ruo Shui River, they lost all signs of life. The remaining people turned pale, and only then did they remember how terrifying the Ruo Shui River was. For a moment, the group of panicked people stayed obediently in the flying boat. They looked at the Gold Thug and the 2 silver thugs who were glaring at them in despair. Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan were the only ones who did not make any movements in the airship. You are qualified to be my woman. Just as the atmosphere in the flying boat was somewhat silent, a voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. It was Copper Fiend, one of the 4 devils of Hunan, talking to Feng Tianwu. However, what responded to him was Feng Tianwu's clean sword strike. Whoosh! The 5-foot-long red flexible sword was like a fiery red spirit snake. Raging crimson flames erupted from its body and transformed into a fire dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Tong Sha. At the same time, wherever the fire dragon passed, there would be a series of ear-piercing explosions in the air. After the airflow in the air was compressed, it suddenly rebounded, gushing out waves of scorching air. For a moment, the people in the swift boat were swept away by the scorching hot wind again. However, none of them were in the mood to pay attention to this, let alone watch the battle between Feng Tianwu and Tong Sha. At this moment, they were looking at the Gold Thug and the 2 silver thugs in the distance anxiously. Their lives were now in the hands of these 3 people. If the 3 of them wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape. Don't worry, before my 4th brother tames his future wife, we won't attack any of you. We'd like you to be our 4th brother's witnesses. At this moment, the Gold Thug spoke. His voice was filled with joy. That's right. The 2 silver thugs nodded. Similar to the Gold Thug, their eyes were fixed on Tong Sha and Feng Tianwu who were fighting. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand in the battle. This sister-in-law is really amazing. She's only at the 1st-level martial monarch stage, but she has already comprehended the powerful fire profundity and sword profundity. One of the silver thugs said in shock after watching for a while. She's only at the 1st-level martial monarch stage, but she's able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather it to form an ancient black dragon's energy. With such strength, she's most likely not human. The other silver thug said, "It doesn't matter if she's human or not, as long as 4th brother likes her." The Gold Thug said. While the Gold Thug and the 2 silver thugs were chatting casually, the people in the swift boat were suffering. However, when they realized that they would not die so soon, they followed the Gold Thug and the other 2's gazes and looked at the man and woman who were fighting. The red-clad woman moved like a flame. Every time she moved, she seemed to vanish into thin air before their eyes. Whoosh! The sound of sword whistling that was short-lived resounded in their ears like thunder. The copper-robed middle-aged man held a pair of maces with both hands. When he moved, he waved the maces in the air like a gust of wind. As he waved the maces, it seemed to form an inescapable net that enveloped the red-clad woman. There was an ancient black dragon silhouette and thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes above their heads. How powerful! I didn't expect her to be so powerful. That's right. This woman is really amazing to be able to fight with Copper Thug and not be at a disadvantage. What a pity. Copper Thug is the weakest among the 4 Southern River thugs. Even if she can fight with him, she can't defeat the other 3 thugs and can't save us. The group of people who were originally praising Feng Tianwu were all like frosted eggplants at the end of their speech, completely dejected. Young master, can Miss Tianwu defeat him? Xiong Quan looked at the battle solemnly. As a first-level martial monarch stage martial artist, he could vaguely see the swift movements of the 2 figures. Of course she can. Duan Lingtian, who was also watching the battle, nodded with certainty. The copper-robed middle-aged man was Copper Thug. His cultivation base was at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. When his origin energy exploded, it was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons. In addition to the Grade 1 spirit weapon in his hand, he could amplify the strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons. Apart from that, he had also comprehended a 3rd-level monarch stage profundity and 2 9th-level void transformation concepts. The former was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons, while the latter was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, the strength contained in the 2 maces that he wielded was equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon and 3,500 ancient horned dragons. Tian Wu's cultivation base is at the 1st-level martial monarch stage. Her origin energy is equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword amplifies the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the 4th-level monarch stage fire profundity and 4th-level monarch stage sword profundity that she comprehended, it's equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon. If she unleashes her full strength, she can unleash the strength of an ancient black dragon and 4,000 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Tong Sha, she's about 500 ancient horned dragons stronger. When everyone's attention was on Feng Tianwu and Tong Sha, Duan Lingtian saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above Tong Sha's head clearly. He could see it. The difference was only 500 ancient horned dragon strength. In addition, Tong Sha had comprehended the 3rd-level monarch stage water profundity, which could subdue Tian Wu. It was difficult for Tian Wu to win in a head-on battle. She could only wait for an opportunity to kill in one strike. Therefore, she was fighting with Tong Sha on purpose. Haha, 4th brother, don't tell me you can't even handle your future wife? Gold Thug laughed. That's right, 4th brother. If you can't handle my sister-in-law and need my help, just let me know. That's right. However, the most I can do is to help you now. On the wedding night, if you can't handle her, I won't be able to help even if I want to. The other 2 silver thugs teased. Tong Sha was so angry that his face flushed red. His attacks became even more ferocious, suppressing Feng Tianwu to the point that she seemed to be at a disadvantage. Duan Lingtian heard the 3 silver thugs' words clearly. It made Duan Lingtian's face turn even gloomier. Whoosh! In the end, he could no longer hold it in and stood up abruptly. His action startled Xiong Quan, causing him to stand up as well. Just when the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body was rolling and was about to burst out, the sound of a sword suddenly rang out. Whoosh! A short-lived sword howl suddenly rang out. Compared to the previous sword howl, this one was even more condensed and swift. 4th brother. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard Gold Thug and the 2 silver thugs' sorrowful cries. Duan Lingtian looked over again. Feng Tianwu finally found an opportunity. She thrust her sword and sent it into Tong Sha's chest as if she was assisted by the gods. She flew past like a phoenix. In the next moment, Tong Sha's body was split into 2 and burned to ashes. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw this. She killed Tong Sha? Everyone in the swift boat was stunned at first. Their faces were filled with disbelief, but soon, their expressions changed completely. Gold Thug and Silver Thug will never let her off for doing this. After everyone reacted, they looked at Feng Tianwu with pity in their eyes. In their opinion, Feng Tianwu was only slightly stronger than Tong Sha. It was impossible for her to be a match for any of the three strongest of the four Southern River thugs, not to mention facing all three of them at the same time. Just as they expected, Gold Thug and Silver Thug watched Tong Sha being killed. While they stood rooted to the ground, a raging milky white flame rose from their bodies. Three pairs of eyes were dyed red in an instant. Terrifying killing intent flickered in their eyes, as if they were about to devour someone. "Bitch, you killed my fourth brother. I want you to pay with your life." One of the silver thugs cried out in sorrow and charged toward Feng Tianwu. While he was still on his way, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head underwent a drastic change. The 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons quickly disappeared and turned into an ancient black dragon silhouette and many other ancient horned dragons. As a narrow saber appeared in his hand, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed again. In the end, the silhouette of an ancient black dragon and over 7,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were formed. 4th level martial monarch stage. 4th level martial monarch stage profundity. 2 9th level void transformation concepts. A grade 2 spirit saber. And this was the silver fiend who was relatively weak. Chapter 1134. Buzz. A saber light that skyrocketed flashed out from Silver Fiend's hand, and it carried a might that could split a mountain. It emitted a clear and ear-piercing saber cry as it slashed down towards Feng Tianwu, who stood in the distance. Die! Just as the saber gleam was about to strike, the silver thug's eyes gleamed coldly as he roared. At that moment, many people in the swift boat closed their eyes. They all felt that Feng Tianwu was dead for sure, and they couldn't bear to see the scene of Feng Tianwu dying. However, they quickly opened their eyes again because they did not hear the sound of anything being slashed by the silver thug's saber. They were deeply puzzled about this. When they opened their eyes and saw the scene in front of them, they were all dumbfounded. Gosh, wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Under everyone's watchful eyes, a purple figure stood in front of the silver thug who had just attacked. He held the grade 2 spirit saber firmly in one hand. At the same time, the saber gleam that was shot out from the grade 2 spirit saber was suppressed until it retracted back into the spirit saber and dissipated. How? How is this possible? The silver thug was dumbfounded as he looked at the young man in purple, who grabbed the grade 2 spirit saber in his hand without any effort. In fact, he was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Other than Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, everyone in the swift boat, including the gold thug and the other silver thug, was dumbfounded. Feng Tianwu stood far away and looked at the purple figure with his back facing her. Her eyes flashed with gentleness. Every time she was in danger, he would appear. As long as he was around, she would feel at ease. "Third brother, be careful." Soon, the gold thug reacted. His expression changed drastically as his body moved like the wind and shot toward the purple figure standing in front of the silver thug. However, could he make it in time? Boom. The moment the gold thug made his move, Duan Lingtian shook his hand and shook the grade 2 spirit saber away from the silver thug's hand. He slammed his palm on the silver thug's chest. Fused Upanishad. At the same time, a 5-colored energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's hand and landed on the silver thug's body like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It shattered the silver thug's internal organs and sent him flying. Silver Thug was sent flying in the direction where Gold Thug was rushing towards. He was caught by Gold Thug, who had an ugly expression on his face. "Third brother. Third brother." Gold Thug stared at Silver Thug, who was no longer breathing in his arms. His eyes were about to pop out of his head. Ah! At this moment, the other silver fiend let out a cry of grief. The death of his twin brother was like a knife that cut into his heart, causing him to feel a heart-wrenching pain. Boom! When Silver Thug, whose forehead was drenched in cold sweat and whose eyes were bloodshot, finally regained his senses, the milky white flame that was transformed from his origin energy suddenly surged out of his body. His profundity and concept followed like a shadow. Subsequently, his entire body flashed out like a cannonball that had left the barrel as he swiftly shot towards Duan Lingtian. Wong. Just like his twin brother, he used a saber as well. It was a Grade 2 spirit saber. Due to his twin brother's death, he had completely lost his mind. He did not even think about whether he could kill Duan Lingtian with his ability. There was only one thought left in his mind. He had to kill this purple-clad young man to avenge his brother. Second brother. When Gold Thug snapped out of his grief, he saw his second brother attacking the purple-clad young man. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Gold Thug moved at an extreme speed and charged towards his second brother, intending to save him. Boom! Finally, the saber in Silver Thug's hand landed on Duan Lingtian's body. As a 5th-level martial monarch, his ability was much more powerful than his twin brother. He could exert the strength of 2 ancient black dragons with all his might. Wong! The saber that contained the strength of 2 ancient black dragons was earth-shattering as soon as it landed. At this moment, everyone in the swift boat could feel the sharp saber chi that was charging towards them. They could not help but shudder. Of course, only a handful of people in the swift boat could see Silver Thug's movements clearly. Feng Tianwu and Stone Quan could barely see him clearly. However, when they saw that Duan Lingtian did not dodge Silver Thug's saber, they could not help but feel anxious. Although they had seen Duan Lingtian take the attack of the Gold-Devouring Organization's leader head-on previously, they could not help but feel anxious. However, when the strength of the Gold-Devouring Organization's leader was compared to that of the Silver Demon, the difference was like heaven and earth. They were simply not on the same level. Silver Thug's saber contained the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Two silhouettes of ancient black dragons? In the blink of an eye, some sharp-eyed people saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Silver Thug's head. Their eyes narrowed and their faces were filled with shock. Whoosh! Soon, Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan sighed in relief. This was because they clearly saw that when Silver Thug's saber was about to hit Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. When he felt the swift and fierce saber chi that assaulted his face, Duan Lingtian executed his movement technique at the first possible moment, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into an agile divine dragon that flashed as he moved. Other than dodging to the side, he also made a turn and went behind Silver Thug. Boom! Another casual slap took Silver Thug's life. At this point, 3 of Hunan's 4 thugs were dead. Only Gold Thug was left. Who exactly are you? Gold Thug, who did not manage to save Silver Thug in time, stopped halfway and asked Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. However, Duan Lingtian only responded with one action. With a shake of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was a sword that exuded a terrifying aura. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. I don't care who you are. I'll kill you today to avenge my 3 brothers. Gold Thug's face turned even more gloomy when he saw that Duan Lingtian was ignoring him. A sword appeared in his hand as well. It was a sword with flowing light revolving around it. A grade 1 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the sword in Gold Thug's hand. However, he was no exception. No matter what, Gold Thug was still a 6th-level martial monarch. It would be too shabby if he did not even have a grade 1 spirit weapon. You want to avenge your brothers? Let's see if you're capable of doing so. This time, Duan Lingtian finally responded to Gold Thug. If one observed closely, one could see that there was an unusual excitement in the depth of his eyes. Ever since he possessed this strength, Duan Lingtian had never fought with all his might. This was because the opponents he had encountered in the past were all martial artists who were weaker than him. The Gold Thug before him was a 6th-level martial monarch. He was the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered in his life. In terms of strength, he was on par with him. If he did not use all his strength, it was almost impossible for him to defeat Gold Thug. Because of this, he was very excited. This was because he could finally fight with all his might. The moment he thought of this, his blood began to boil. I'll show you soon. Gold Thug was not afraid in the face of Duan Lingtian's provocation. The golden robe on his body fluttered, and the milky white flames on his body rapidly changed as well. In the swift boat, the people who were initially in despair felt hopeful when they saw Duan Lingtian killing the 2 silver thugs one after another. The hope of survival. If there was a chance to survive, who would not want to live a good life? At this moment, all of them secretly wished that this mysterious purple-clad young man would be able to kill Gold Thug and save them from the sea of fire. He's actually so powerful? No wonder he dares to go against the Yin-Yang sect's elders. The old man who was sitting near Duan Lingtian, the old man who had kindly warned Duan Lingtian at the Ruoshui riverside, was now staring at the purple figure who was standing in the air in a confrontation with Gold Thug. He was dumbstruck. Young master. Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian in excitement. He clenched his fists tightly. As for Feng Tianwu, she stood quietly at the side. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Duan Lingtian. The frost on her beautiful face had also melted a little. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gold Thug, who had already prepared himself, disappeared into thin air before their eyes in just a blink of an eye. It was as if he had never appeared. Boom, 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 boom. However, the continuous sound of air exploding, as well as the gusts of wind blowing in their faces, seemed to be telling them, "What's going on?" Gold Thug did not disappear. Instead, his speed was too fast for their naked eyes to capture. Before they could wrap their heads around it, they realized that the other purple figure had also disappeared into thin air before their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky began to stir and gather continuously. The heaven and earth phenomenon was about to take shape. The crowd's eyes were filled with anticipation. Whoosh, whoosh. One after another, two short-lived sword whistles sounded almost at the same time. Then, they stopped abruptly. Smack, smack. Two soft sounds were heard. The front and back of the swift boat were sliced off by the extremely fast sword gleams. Fortunately, the key parts of the swift boat were not damaged. Otherwise, the swift boat would not be able to continue floating. It might even fall into the Ruoshui riverside and turn into ashes. In the crowd's eyes, the purple figure and the gold figure appeared and disappeared before their eyes in the next moment. Their speed was so fast that it made them tremble with fear. He's actually evenly matched with Gold Thug. Is he a level 6 martial monarch powerhouse as well? Many people were dumbfounded. Soon after, they lifted their heads and looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon that was gathering in the sky. The heaven and earth phenomenon was formed separately. It belonged to Duan Lingtian and Gold Thug, respectively. Gold Thugs appeared first. When he attacked, he activated the heaven and earth energy and gathered 2 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 5,000 ancient horn dragon silhouettes. In other words, he could unleash the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horn dragons with his full strength. He was at the 6th level martial monarch stage and possessed a grade 1 spirit sword. Regardless of the profundity that he had comprehended, he could unleash the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 5,000 ancient horn dragons. A 6th level martial monarch stage martial artist's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 8,000 ancient horn dragons. Chapter 11:35. Apart from that, Gold Thug had also comprehended 2 profundities and 1 concept. 6th level monarch stage profundity, 1st level monarch stage profundity, and 9th level void transformation concept. The former was equivalent to the strength of 7,000 ancient horn dragons, while the latter was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horn dragons and 1,000 ancient horn dragons respectively, together with his origin energy and spirit weapon. Gold Thug could unleash the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horn dragons if he unleashed his full strength. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of swords whistling could be heard above the swift boat. The purple and golden silhouettes that appeared from time to time subconsciously shifted the battle to the sky. His strength is even more powerful than Gold Thug's. At this moment, an exclamation was heard. The people in the swift boat looked at the sky and realized that the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared later was the silhouettes of 2 ancient black dragons and 6,000 ancient horn dragons. This was the strength of the purple-clad young man who was fighting Gold Thug, Duan Lingtian. 1st level fused profundity was equivalent to the strength of 20,000 ancient black dragons. Second-level martial Monarch stage origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 3,000 ancient horn dragons. With the boost from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, it increased to the strength of 6,000 ancient horn dragons. His strength is 1,000 ancient horn dragons more powerful than Gold Thug, but he doesn't seem to have the upper hand. Very soon, many people noticed this. Gold Thug is the leader of Hunan's 4 thugs. He's been through more than 10,000 battles in his life. His battle experience and techniques have reached the point of perfection. Some of the more experienced people mumbled, "Even so, isn't this too much? That's a difference of 1,000 ancient horn dragon strength. How can he just ignore it?" Many people were shocked. In their opinion, this was just too unbelievable. Young master doesn't seem to be using his full strength. Xiong Quan mumbled as he watched the 2 silhouettes that kept crossing each other.
Touchstone.
Feng Tianwu also opened her mouth slightly, which was rare for her. It was just like what Feng Tianwu had said. Duan Lingtian was using Gold Thug as his touchstone. Although he had killed a few martial emperors since he had obtained this power, those martial emperors were much weaker than him. It was difficult for them to fight against him. Today, Gold Thug's strength was enough to threaten him. Naturally, that was only if Duan Lingtian did not use the sword profundity. Until now, he had only used his origin energy, fused profundity, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. He had yet to use his first-level Monarch stage sword profundity. However, after a fierce battle, he also realized his own shortcomings. Gold Thug's combat experience and techniques were far superior to his. Gold Thug had cultivated every martial skill, be it a movement martial skill, an offensive martial skill, or a defensive martial skill, to perfection. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, these 3 martial skills ought to be high-grade heaven-rank martial skills. Defeating me by 1,000 ancient horn dragons and coming to a draw with me. Trash. Gold Thug said disdainfully after separating from Duan Lingtian again. His tone was filled with disdain and mockery. Although he said so, there was still a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes. Fortunately, his opponent's combat technique and experience were far inferior to his. Otherwise, the difference of 1,000 ancient horn dragon strength would be enough to doom him eternally. Is that so? Soon, a cold voice entered Gold Thug's ears. It was Duan Lingtian's voice. When Gold Thug turned around, he saw Duan Lingtian shaking the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. He was about to perform a sword skill that he had never used before. What's going on? The moment Gold Thug saw Duan Lingtian raise his hand, he felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet and rushing to his head. He had been wandering in the southern area of Ruo Shui River for many years and had developed a sharp instinct. This instinct had saved his life many times, so he had always believed in it. He held back earlier? Gold Thug's face turned grave. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Finally, Duan Lingtian made his move. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand swept across the sky and instantly released 9 sword rays. The sword rays pierced through the sky and transformed into 9 lifelike divine dragons. The eyes of the 9 divine dragons flashed and 18 ultimate radiant flashes were shot out, aiming at Gold Thug's vital points. The 18 ultimate radiant flashes were enough to cover Gold Thug's vital points from head to toe. Whoosh! Gold Thug's expression changed. He was sure that his opponent had not used his full strength earlier. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the origin energy in his body and performed a defensive martial skill. A defensive light shield rose from his body and enveloped him. Not only that, but the sword in his hand also swept out like the wind and pointed at the 18 ultimate radiant flashes that were flying toward him. As for his movement martial skill, he did not perform it. It was not that he did not want to perform it, but it was too late. The speed of the 18 ultimate radiant flashes had exceeded his range of dodging. Whoosh! 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 The 18 ultimate radiant flashes swept toward Gold Thug like rain. Although Gold Thug blocked 12 of them, the remaining 6 penetrated his body. Naturally, Gold Thug blocked the ultimate radiant flashes that were aimed at his vital points. He was helpless and could only choose to let go of the remaining 6 ultimate radiant flashes that were aimed at his legs. In an instant, 3 bloody holes were left on each of his legs. Both of his legs were crippled just like that. Although this would not cause him to lose his life, nor would it affect his strength, he was still afraid. What if all 18 of his opponent's ultimate radiant flashes were aimed at his vital points the next time? Would he be lucky enough to survive? Amazing! What a powerful sword skill. So, he's been holding back all this while. I was wondering how he could be evenly matched with Gold Thug, since he has the strength of 1,000 ancient horn dragons. The people in the swift boat had a bright smile on their faces when they saw Gold Thug's legs were crippled in an instant. They knew. This time, they had escaped a calamity. So, he's so powerful. To think that I reminded him at the Ruoshui riverside. It was unnecessary. The old man standing in the crowd sighed. Young master. A bright smile appeared on Xiongquan's face. Feng Tianwu stood there quietly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Sir, I admit that I'm no match for you. You didn't lose anything today. Why don't we stop here, and I'll give you all the wealth that I've accumulated over the years. Gold Thug, whose legs were crippled, was extremely pale. He wanted to make peace with Duan Lingtian. Naturally, make peace was just a way to put it. At this moment, he was afraid. He was afraid of Duan Lingtian. He knew that if he continued, not only would he not be able to escape, but he would also be killed by Duan Lingtian's sword. Won't your wealth be mine if I kill you? Duan Lingtian smiled. It was a smile of disdain and mockery. The wealth in my spatial ring is only 1/10 of my total wealth. If you kill me, you'll lose a huge amount of wealth that I've stored elsewhere. Gold Thug said calmly, without any change in his expression when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Is that so? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew brighter. This is my first time hearing that. A bloody bandit would store his wealth elsewhere. Don't tell me you don't have enough spatial rings? That shouldn't be the case, right? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he studied the Gold Thug with interest. His wise gaze seemed to be able to see through Gold Thug's heart. At this moment, Gold Thug could no longer maintain his composure. His expression turned extremely grave. Naturally, he did not store his wealth elsewhere. All of his wealth was stored in his storage ring because, in his opinion, that was the safest place for him to be. However, he did not expect this at all. He did not expect that there would be someone like the purple-clad young man in front of him on the swift boat that he thought he had the confidence to rob. His strength was so strong that he could barely breathe. Right now, his life was in his opponent's hands. Do you want to live? Just when Gold Thug was feeling disheartened and was wondering if he should sacrifice himself and fight to the death, a clear voice entered his ears. You're willing to let me go? Gold Thug shuddered when he heard the voice. He looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. He could tell that the person who asked him was this purple-clad young man in front of him. Everyone was afraid of death, and he was no exception. Why would he be willing to die if he could live? I can let you go. Duan Lingtian studied Gold Thug from head to toe and nodded in all seriousness. Thank you, thank you. Gold Thug thanked him hurriedly. He forced a smile on his old face. It was a smile of surviving a disaster. You can thank me after you agree to my conditions. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile. When Gold Thug saw the devilish smile, he felt goosebumps all over his body. At the same time, he felt anxious. That was right. Since the other party was willing to let him go, there must be a condition. At that moment, he made up his mind. No matter what the other party's conditions were, he would fulfill them even if he had to give up all the wealth he had plundered in his life. In his opinion, everything else was meaningless. Everything else was just floating clouds. Only life was the most important. As long as he was still alive, with his strength, he would be able to earn back all the wealth he had now. It was so quiet on the swift boat that the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Gold Thug was heard by everyone on the swift boat. Horror dawned on most of them. This purple-clad young man had the intention to let Gold Thug go? Was he not letting the tiger return to the mountain? Of course, no matter how many people wanted to stop the purple-clad young man, no one dared to make a sound. This was because they owed their lives to this purple-clad young man. They had no right to criticize him. Young master? Xiong Quan was confused. He had no idea what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Feng Tianwu was the only one who remained calm. It was as if she could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. She trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. What's the condition? Gold Thug took a deep breath and asked. I've prepared 2 conditions for you. You just have to agree to one of them, and I won't kill you. Chapter 1136. Be my dog. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished his sentence, the swift boat that was already extremely quiet fell into a dead silence again. Humiliation. Blatant humiliation. At that moment, many people on the swift boat smiled. They realized that Duan Lingtian was only doing this to humiliate Gold Thug. He had no intention of letting Gold Thug go. In their opinion, Gold Thug, a 6th-level martial monarch, had his own dignity. He would rather die than agree to such a ridiculous request. You, Gold Thug, who was anticipating Duan Lingtian's 2 conditions, was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's first condition. Be his dog? At that moment, Gold Thug felt rage rushing to his head, causing his breathing to quicken. The origin energy in his body was on the verge of exploding. What? You don't want to agree to the first condition? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. His expression did not change as he faced Gold Thug, who was enraged. Duan Lingtian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on Gold Thug's head. It temporarily extinguished his rage. What's the second condition? After Duan Lingtian's reminder, Gold Thug recalled that the purple-clad young man wanted him to agree to one of the 2 conditions. As long as he agreed to one of them, he would be allowed to live. He could not agree to the first condition. He might be able to agree to the second condition. At the same time, everyone on the swift boat had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. Many of them looked anxious. They only hoped that Duan Lingtian's second condition would be as ridiculous as the first condition. That was the only way Gold Thug would not agree to it. If Gold Thug did not agree to it, he would die. They would only be at ease if Gold Thug died. The second condition, Duan Lingtian looked at Gold Thug calmly and spoke slowly. He paused when he reached this point, causing everyone, including Gold Thug, to quicken their breathing. Destroy your dantian. Duan Lingtian enunciated each word clearly as everyone watched. Destroy his own dantian. Duan Lingtian's words were like a clap of thunder, causing everyone to be stunned. After realizing this, most of the people on the flying boat laughed. In their opinion, the purple-clad young man had no intention of letting Gold Thug live. Otherwise, he would not have made such harsh demands. If Gold Thug agreed to either of the 2 conditions, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's second condition, Gold Thug's expression darkened. Due to his anger, the primary energy in his body began to leak out of his body and turned into a milky white flame. You never intended to let me go. Gold Thug gritted his teeth and glared at Duan Lingtian. If he agreed to the first condition, he would no longer have any dignity to speak of. He would rather die than live. As for the second condition, if he agreed to it, he would lose his cultivation and suffer a fate worse than death. Furthermore, once his dantian was crippled, he would not be able to leave the airship in the face of a group of people who were eyeing him covetously. At that time, only death would await him. Look at what you're saying. I've already stated my conditions. As long as you agree to one of them, I won't kill you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and clicked his tongue as he spoke. What's the difference between the 2 conditions you've stated and killing me? Gold Thug was furious. At the very least, the first condition will ensure that you don't die. As for the second condition, I can guarantee that you won't die in my hands. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Gold Thug's body trembled and his expression darkened. Soon, he fixed his gaze on a figure from the corner of his eye. It was a fiery red figure. He began to roar in his heart, even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. The person that Gold Thug had his eyes on was, of course, Feng Tianwu. I advise you not to think about dying together. You don't have the right to do so. Almost as soon as Gold Thug made his move, Duan Lingtian's voice was heard. The surging primary energy in Gold Thug's body began to show signs of calming down. Boom! At that moment, a gush of energy gushed out of Duan Lingtian's body. It was a vast and surging energy. First, his primary energy rose and transformed into a milky white flame. Subsequently, the milky white flame transformed into a five-colored flame. The moment the five-colored flame appeared, it sent chills down everyone's spines. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head, and soon, the heaven and earth phenomenon formed. As Duan Lingtian's energy surged into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, the heaven and earth phenomenon finally formed. It condensed into 2 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 6,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. This scene was not unfamiliar to the people present. However, apart from Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Xiong Quan, everyone, including Gold Thug, narrowed their eyes in shock and disbelief. Oh God! What did they just see? The heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head again, and another 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. At the same time, the five-colored flame on Duan Lingtian's body was instantly compressed into the shape of a sword. It emitted waves of sharp sword chi as if it could tear everything apart. First level Monarch stage sword profundity. Someone exclaimed. So, he was holding back when he fought Gold Thug earlier. He could unleash the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 7,000 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength. If he used such strength to fight Gold Thug from the beginning, the difference of 3,000 ancient horned dragon strength would have been enough to kill Gold Thug in an instant without using any techniques. Indeed, the difference of 3,000 ancient horned dragon strength is too huge. It's beyond any techniques. The people on the swift boat discussed among themselves. The way they looked at Duan Lingtian changed again. They did not expect this at all. Duan Lingtian, who had displayed such powerful strength in the battle with Gold Thug earlier, had actually held back. Not only that, he had held back such powerful strength. You. Gold Thug's expression was extremely grave. He looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. You held back such powerful strength when you fought with me earlier? Don't even think about playing tricks with that little strength of yours. I'll give you one last chance. Do you choose the first condition, or the second one? Or perhaps, you'd rather die? Duan Lingtian stared at Gold Thug with a sharp gaze as he spoke calmly. His calm tone was filled with killing intent. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't respond after 10 breaths, I'll take it that you'd rather die. Duan Lingtian pressed further when he saw Gold Thug's face turning pale, and he did not respond for a long time. 10 breaths. Gold Thug's face turned ferocious as if he was suffering. Make him a dog? He really could not do that. Even if he could do it, would he be able to face his 3 brothers who had died? Should he destroy his own Dantian? Putting aside the fact that he could not bear the pain of losing his cultivation base, even if he could, he would be killed before he even left the swift boat after destroying his own Dantian. Many people in the swift boat were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. You have 5 more breaths. 5 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian reminded Gold Thug in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian's voice entered Gold Thug's ears like needles, causing his body to tremble even more. However, he still had not made up his mind. You have 3 more breaths. Another 2 breaths passed and Duan Lingtian's voice was heard again. This time, Duan Lingtian's voice was no different from a death knell when it entered Gold Thug's ears. It made his expression even more ferocious and terrifying. Now, there were only 2 paths before him. 2 paths. First, he could die with dignity and backbone. Second, he could become the purple-clad young man's dog. It was not that he had not thought of the former, but when he thought about how he was going to die like this, he was really unwilling. He had lived for more than half of his life. Only he knew how difficult it was for him to achieve his current cultivation base. How many hardships did he have to go through to achieve his current cultivation base? Moreover, he had an even greater goal. He wanted to break through to the 7th, 8th, and 9th level martial monarch stage. It was to the extent that he even wanted to become a martial emperor. Although it was extremely far away and impossible, it was still his goal, his ultimate goal. However, if he died just like that, he would not be able to achieve his goal, let alone Emperor Wu. It was impossible even for a 7th-level martial monarch stage. Although the latter would allow him to live, he would completely lose his dignity. It was undoubtedly humiliating to make a 6th-level martial monarch stage cultivator like him a dog. Even if he survived, he would not be able to lift his head up high in the future. He would rather die. Therefore, he was extremely conflicted. Duan Lingtian looked at the gold thug calmly. His eyes were cold. Initially, he planned to kill the gold thug directly and let him reunite with the 2 silver thugs and the copper thug who was killed by Tian Wu in the netherworld. However, he thought about it again. The gold thug was a 6th-level martial monarch stage cultivator after all. It would be a pity if he died just like that. Therefore, he wanted to subdue the gold thug. Of course, it was risky. Even if he could subdue the gold thug, he would be a double-edged sword. He could hurt himself at any time while hurting his enemy. Naturally, the hurt himself here did not mean that the gold thug would directly harm him or the people around him. He could use other things to avoid these risks. He was most worried that the gold thug would betray him even though he seemed to be subduing him on the surface. There's still 1 breath left, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Another 2 breaths had passed. His eyes gleamed coldly as he reminded the gold thug again. If the gold thug still did not make a decision in this 1 breath, he would kill him at lightning speed to prevent future troubles. Although it was a pity, there was nothing to worry about. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone in the swift boat, including Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, shifted their attention to the gold thug without exception. They wanted to know what the gold thug would choose in the end. Would he choose to abandon his dignity? Chapter 11:37. I'll be your dog. Finally, the gold thug's ferocious old face calmed down. He seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant as he spoke weakly. Fwa. The gold thug's choice was beyond everyone's expectation, including Duan Lingtian. The gold thug actually chose to be his dog? He'd rather be a dog than die. It seems like the gold thug values his life more than his dignity. Even a martial monarch's dignity is as light as a feather in the face of life and death. Many people in the swift boat exclaimed. When Gold Thug heard the words of these people, his emotions fluctuated violently. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He could not help but want to slaughter all of these people. However, he did not do anything in the end. He was now a dog. He was the purple-clad young man's dog. His master had not spoken yet, so naturally, a dog like him could not simply bite people. If he made his master unhappy, he would have to bear the consequences. Obviously, when the Gold Thug made his choice, he already had the resolve to be his master, Duan Lingtian's dog. Come to think of it, I might have made the same choice if I were him. Soon, someone sighed again. I would have made the same choice if I were him. If I had a 6th-level martial monarch cultivation base, I wouldn't want to die as well. Dignity and whatnot are nothing compared to my life. That's right. I think so too. Many people praised the Gold Thug's choice. The Gold Thug's mood instantly improved. Are you sure you want to be my dog? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared deeply at the Gold Thug. Master. The Gold Thug bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian, using his actions to answer Duan Lingtian's question. If that's the case, make a few oaths using the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian said calmly. He did not want to have a ticking time bomb by his side. Therefore, some restrictions were necessary to avoid a lot of risks. Gold Thug was not surprised to hear Duan Lingtian's request. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would have made the same request. Then, Duan Lingtian asked Gold Thug to swear a few oaths using the 9-9 heavenly tribulation oath. They were not allowed to attack him or the people around him. Without his orders, they were not allowed to leave his side. They would only obey his orders as their master. Don't do anything that will harm his interests. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed by the lightning punishment. Young master, why don't you ask him to swear an oath that forbids him from being disloyal? If he harbors any disloyalty, he will ultimately be an ingrate and a yellow-eyed dog. Xiong Quan reminded from the side. As soon as Xiong Quan said that, Gold Thug's expression changed. That won't be necessary. Just as Gold Thug was about to say something, Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "It's impossible for him to not be disloyal now. If he were to make such an oath now, I'm afraid he would be killed by the lightning punishment in the blink of an eye." No matter what, Gold Thug was still at the 6th level martial monarch stage. Although he had given up his dignity and was willing to be his dog, he would definitely be dissatisfied and disloyal. Without a certain amount of time, it would be difficult for him to change his mind. "You're wise, master." Gold Thug looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully. You're not human?" Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. He raised his eyebrows and looked into Gold Thug's eyes. Gold Thug's eyes looked normal at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the veins in his eyes were very different from a human's. If one did not look closely, one would not have noticed it. As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories, Duan Lingtian had inherited the reincarnation Emperor Wu's eyesight and experience. It was easy for him to see that Gold Thug was not human. "Didn't you see it earlier, master?" Gold Thug was stunned. "Huh." Duan Lingtian frowned. "What do you mean? Didn't you see that I'm not human, master?" Gold Thug smiled bitterly. "Otherwise, why would you ask me to be your dog, master? What are you talking about?" Duan Lingtian frowned. The confusion on his face deepened. He had no idea what Gold Thug was talking about. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was confused. Everyone in the swift boat looked at Gold Thug in confusion. Like Duan Lingtian, they did not understand what Gold Thug was talking about earlier. This time, Gold Thug did not say anything. He used his actions to answer Duan Lingtian. Boom! A soft sound reverberated in the air. All the people saw was a dazzling golden light burst out from Gold Thug's body. It was like a scorching sun. Many of them could not help but squint their eyes. When the golden light dissipated, the scene in front of everyone's eyes caused them to be dumbfounded. No wonder he said that earlier. Did that purple-clad young man really not see through his background? He should have seen through it. Otherwise, why would he make such a request? I think he saw through it as well. Otherwise, why didn't he make Gold Thug his servant or follower? Why did he make Gold Thug his dog? The people in the swift boat whispered among themselves. Their faces were filled with shock. Duan Lingtian stared blankly at the spot where Gold Thug was standing in the air. He could not regain his senses for a long time. No wonder he said that. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? In the distance, apart from Xiong Quan, even Feng Tianwu was stunned. Heavens! What did they just see? At this moment, they could clearly see a huge dog with a golden mane and a black horn on its head standing not far away from Duan Lingtian. The black horn on the huge dog's head was shining with a gloomy halo. It exuded an extremely cold aura. As for the huge dog's golden mane, it looked like balls of golden flames were burning every time it moved. It was extremely beautiful. I can't believe the leader of the 4 Southern River Thugs, Gold Thug, is actually a demon beast. Yes, I should say he's a demon. This is my first time seeing such a dog-type demon beast. The black horn on its head that's shining with a black light, the golden mane all over its body, and its 4 paws are also shrouded in a black light. I think I know a lot about demon beasts, but I've never seen or heard of a dog-type demon beast like this before. Many people in the swift boat were discussing softly, afraid that they would disturb the black-horned golden retriever in the distance. Golden hellhound. At this moment, an exclamation resonated in the air, causing everyone to turn their heads to look at the source of the voice. Even the huge dog with a black horn on its head and a golden mane all over its body was looking at the source of the voice. A purple-clad young man stood there with a shocked expression on his face. "Master, do you recognize my true form?" The huge golden retriever spoke in human language. It was Gold Thug's voice. His voice was filled with shock and horror. "You're really a golden hellhound?" Duan Lingtian had a surprised expression on his face. "Didn't your golden hellhound clan go extinct in the Great War more than 20,000 years ago? How can your bloodline be passed down to this day? Not only that, but it's also the imperial bloodline." Gold Thug was actually a demon. Moreover, he was a demon that was cultivated from a dog-type demon beast. This fact shocked Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian found Gold Thug's true form familiar after carefully studying it for a while. He found out the answer when he searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his first lifetime. Golden Hellhound. During the reincarnation Emperor Wu's first lifetime, there were two great demon beast clans on Cloud Continent. They were the Golden Hellhound clan and the Berserk Mongrel Rat clan. These two great demon beast clans were well-known existences in the Cloud Continent at that time. Not only were they good at reproducing, but they were also very talented. They were much more talented than ordinary demon beasts. Of course, they could not be compared to demon beasts like the Jade-Eyed Heavenly Rat. The Jade-Eyed Heavenly Rat was a powerful existence that could become a demon emperor. It was extremely rare. Among the two clans, the Golden Hellhounds and Berserk Mongrel Rats with the purest bloodline were talented enough to break through to the Monarch stage and become powerful demon monarch powerhouses. These pure-blooded Golden Hellhounds and Berserk Mongrel Rats were called the Imperial Clan in their clans. Below the Imperial Clan was the Royal Clan. The Golden Hellhounds and Berserk Mongrel Rodents of the Royal family were usually able to break through to the Void transformation stage and take human form. The best among them could even break through to the peak of the Void stage as a demon. Below them were the ordinary Golden Hellhounds and Berserk Mongrel Rats. The lower the purity of their bloodline, the weaker their abilities would be when they reached adulthood. However, they would not be weaker than a Void interpretation stage martial artist. Due to this reason, these two demon beast clans could be said to be two giants in that era. Unless one was an Emperor stage powerhouse, no one dared to provoke them. Unfortunately, these two demon beast clans started a great battle in a large canyon in the inner land of Cloud Continent. In the end, they almost perished together. Only a few weak Berserk Mongrel Rats were left in that battle. They quickly disappeared without a trace. All of this was recorded in the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. In fact, during Reincarnation Emperor Wu's second lifetime, which was 10,000 years ago, apart from the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent that had records of the Golden Hellhounds and Berserk Mongrel Rats, nobody knew of their existence anymore. The two great demon beast clans that once ran amok in the inner land of Cloud Continent had disappeared without a trace. Master, not only do you recognize me as a Golden Hellhound, but you also recognize me as the Imperial Clan of the Golden Hellhounds? When the Golden Hellhound heard Duan Lingtian's words, its pair of big green eyes widened as it looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. In its opinion, this was simply unbelievable. Golden Hellhound? At this moment, everyone in the swift boat, including Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, was stunned when they heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and the Golden Hellhound, Gold Thug. What a domineering name. However, why haven't I heard of this dog-type demon beast before? Logically speaking, a demon beast that can break through to the Monarch stage shouldn't be a nobody. Chapter 11:38. On the Cloud Continent, as long as a demon beast possessed extraordinary natural talent, they were all well-known existences. Especially those powerful demon beasts with innate talent that could break through to the Demon Monarch stage, or even the Demon Emperor stage. Their names were widely spread on Cloud Continent. For example, the Jade-Eyed Heavenly Mouse. Apart from those small places in the mountains, there was almost no one who didn't know about it. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers of the people on the swift boat. He did not find it strange. Not to mention that not many people knew of the Golden Hellhound now. Even in the Cloud Continent 10,000 years ago, there weren't many people who knew of the Golden Hellhound. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the Golden Hellhound clan was annihilated in the Great War 20,000 years ago. Currently, this Golden Hellhound had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, it was the imperial family of the Golden Hellhound clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to break through to the Demon Monarch stage. Moreover, it was at the 6th level Demon Monarch stage. Not only do I know that you're the imperial family of the Golden Hellhound clan, but I also know that the Golden Hellhound clan and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan were enemies 20,000 years ago. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly in the face of Gold Thug's question. Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Gold Thug, who had reverted to his true form, narrowed his green eyes. Waves of terrifying murderous aura emanated from his body. The murderous aura spread out, causing the expressions of the people on the swift boat to change. They felt as though a huge rock was pressing on their chests, suffocating them. However, very soon, the murderous aura on Gold Thug's body gradually faded away. His green eyes also regained their calmness. At once, the people on the swift boat heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they looked at Gold Thug, their eyes were filled with dread and fear. Duan Lingtian did not expect Gold Thug to have such a huge reaction. He could not help but frown as he asked, "As far as I know, although the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan and your Golden Hellhound clan are mortal enemies, that was more than 20,000 years ago. Back then, both of your clans had almost perished together. So many years have passed since then. You're a Golden Hellhound who's been separated by God knows how many generations. Why is your hatred for the Berserk Mongrel Rodents still so great? Could it be that this hatred can be passed down after 20,000 years?" Regarding this, Duan Lingtian was deeply puzzled. "Master, there's something you don't know. The Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan is similar to our Golden Hellhound clan," Gold Thug said. "However, because we rarely reveal our identities, not many people know of our existence." "I see." Duan Lingtian suddenly understood and asked curiously, "Are the two branches still fighting each other?" "Absolutely irreconcilable." Gold Thug gritted his teeth and growled. At this moment, everyone on the swift boat could hear the anger and hatred in Gold Thug's voice that came from his bones. Although it was not directed at them, they still felt a chill run down their spines. "Go and collect your 4 small flying boats first, then we'll talk on the way." "We'll talk about it later," Duan Lingtian said to Gold Thug. "Yes." Gold Thug responded respectfully. His body shone with a dazzling golden light again, so dazzling that the people around him had to squint their eyes again. When the people opened their eyes, they saw Gold Thug, who had transformed into an old man in golden robes again. Gold Thug did not linger above the swift boat. He flew out quickly and kept the 4 small swift boats that were hovering around the Yin Yang sect's swift boat. "You know the way to the Yin Yang sect's estate in the Innerland, right?" Duan Lingtian asked Gold Thug as he looked at him. "Yes." Gold Thug nodded. "All right, go and start the swift boat. We'll head to the Yin Yang sect's estate," Duan Lingtian said to Gold Thug. Gold Thug responded. He went to the front of the swift boat and started it again. He turned the direction of the swift boat and let it fly on its own. Then, he returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Currently, there were a few storage rings in his hand. One of them was his own spatial ring. As for the other 5, they were the spatial rings of the 2 Yin Yang sect elders and his 3 brothers. Duan Lingtian took them without hesitation. At the same time, he asked, "With your and your 3 brothers' abilities, you must have accumulated a lot of wealth by robbing the passing swift boats in the south of Ruoshui River, right?" "Yes." Gold Thug nodded. "It's all in our spatial rings." Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian dripped his blood on the spatial rings to claim ownership. When he saw the items inside, he could not help but be shocked, even though he had inherited the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes of memories. Other than the high-grade origin stones that were piled up like a mountain, there was also a huge amount of materials. There were also many Grade 2 and Grade 3 spirit weapons and some pill bottles that stored pills. Regardless of whether it was the spirit weapons or the pills, Duan Lingtian was not interested in them at all. However, many of the materials were useful to Duan Lingtian. Some of them were even rarer. They were thrown aside casually as if they were being wasted. As for the high-grade origin stones that were piled up like a mountain, it was even more ridiculous. Just the high-grade origin stones in the spatial rings of Gold Thug and his 3 brothers. I'm afraid there's at least 100,000 of them. 100,000 high-grade origin stones. What kind of concept was that? Even the first-rate forces in the Innerland could only take out a few 100,000 high-grade origin stones at once. This was because the first-rate forces had origin stone veins and mines that were rich in Grade 1 origin stones for them to mine. Everyone in the swift boat, other than Feng Tianwu and Stone Quan, stared at the spatial rings in Duan Lingtian's hands with a burning desire in their eyes. The wealth that was accumulated in there must be an astronomical figure. It was not difficult for them to figure it out. However, they only glanced at it before they returned to their seats obediently. They were afraid that they would offend Duan Lingtian and be thrown out of the swift boat by Duan Lingtian. It was already a blessing for them to be able to escape today. They did not dare to think about anything else. With him around, we'll definitely be able to reach the inner land smoothly. Many of them smiled in relief. "Oh Lord, thank you." The old man who warned Duan Lingtian at the Ruo Shui riverside looked at Duan Lingtian and opened his mouth. He wanted to call him little brother, but when he recalled Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength, he immediately changed his words and thanked Duan Lingtian instead. "Senior, you're too kind." Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. He had a good impression of this old man. "You flatter me. You flatter me." The old man hurriedly waved his hand with a terrified expression on his face. Subsequently, he no longer dared to sit near Duan Lingtian. Instead, he found a seat far away and sat down. Although Duan Lingtian felt helpless, he did not say anything. This was because he knew it would be useless no matter what he said. In this cloud continent where the strong were respected, the more powerful one was, the higher one's status would be. In some people's eyes, one's status was noble and difficult to surpass. "He's Xiong Quan, my butler." Soon after, Duan Lingtian introduced Xiong Quan to Gold Thug. Xiong Quan was grateful when he heard Duan Lingtian's introduction. At the same time, he nodded at Gold Thug. "I hope we can work hard for young master in the future." "All right." Gold Thug nodded nonchalantly. Xiong Quan was not surprised by this. If it was not for his young master, someone as powerful as Gold Thug would not even bother with him. "I'll surpass you sooner or later." Xiong Quan secretly made up his mind as he stared at Gold Thug. "She's Tianwu, my woman." Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and paused for a moment before he said bluntly. After saying that in one breath, Duan Lingtian glanced at Tianwu worriedly. He was worried that she would be angry. Phew. When Duan Lingtian saw the faint blush on Tianwu's beautiful face, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Tianwu was not angry. At that moment, he could not help but feel pleased. "Mistress." Gold Thug was casual with Xiong Quan, but he did not dare to be casual with Feng Tianwu. He bowed respectfully. She was his master's woman. "All right." Feng Tianwu nodded nonchalantly at Gold Thug. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan sat down, one after another as Duan Lingtian beckoned. As for Gold Thug, he did not dare to sit down. He stood at the side with his back straight. "You said that the Golden Hellhound clan's branch and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch are irreconcilable?" Duan Lingtian looked at Gold Thug and asked, "It's been more than 20,000 years. Don't tell me you've never thought of making peace?" With the innate talent and reproductive ability of both clans, you'll be able to recreate the glory of 20,000 years ago if you stop fighting. Through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian knew how terrifying the Golden Hellhound clan and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan were 20,000 years ago. At that time, apart from powerhouses like Emperor Wu, even the ancient tribes did not dare to provoke them. At that time, they were existences that stood above first-rate forces. "That's impossible." Gold Thug took a deep breath and said with a pained expression, "Now, I'm the only one left from the Golden Hellhound clan. My parents and my clansmen were killed by the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch." Subsequently, Duan Lingtian learned many things from Gold Thug. 100 years ago, when Gold Thug was still a puppy, a powerhouse appeared in the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch. That powerhouse was more powerful than all the Golden Hellhounds in the Golden Hellhound clan's branch. That powerhouse led the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch to destroy the Golden Hellhound clan's branch. Unfortunately, that old fellow is dead. Otherwise, I'll definitely find it for revenge in the future. I'll avenge my parents and my clansmen, Gold Thug said in a deep voice. "Master." Suddenly, Gold Thug seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Since you know about the Golden Hellhound clan and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan, you should know about the Heavenly Jewel, right?" Gold Thug's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Heavenly Jewel? Duan Lingtian frowned and began to search the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Soon after, his eyes narrowed and his breathing quickened. It was as though he had discovered something extraordinary. T Heavenly Jewel? Chapter 1139. Duan Lingtian's action shocked Xiong Quan, causing him to stand up as well. Even Feng Tianwu's beautiful face remained calm. However, there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. She wondered why Duan Lingtian was so excited. Yes, the Heavenly Jewel. Seeing how excited Duan Lingtian was, Gold Thug was certain that his master knew about the existence of the Heavenly Jewel. He might even know about its function. You're not mentioning the Heavenly Jewel for no reason, right? Do you know where I can find the Heavenly Jewel? At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that he had lost his composure. He tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and asked Gold Thug. 100 years ago, that old fellow from the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch obtained the Heavenly Jewel and absorbed the Heavenly Jewel energy. That's why he was able to possess a strength that surpassed all of our Golden Hellhound clan members. Gold Thug's face darkened when he recalled the past. However, he clenched his teeth and told him everything that he knew. The Heavenly Jewel. The Heavenly Jewel's energy. When Duan Lingtian recalled the records about the Heavenly Jewel in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, his emotions surged again. He could not calm down for a long time. The Heavenly Jewel was a legendary item. As its name suggested, it was a pearl. It was said that once the Heavenly Jewel was exposed to the air, it would automatically absorb the nature energy between heaven and earth and store it. Every 100 years, it would be able to store a pearl full of nature energy. There were a total of 5 types of nature energy: wind energy, fire energy, water energy, earth energy, and thunder energy. For example, if a person who comprehended the nature concept or nature profundity obtained the Heavenly Jewel and absorbed the nature energy stored in the Heavenly Jewel, he would be able to improve his concept and profundity rapidly. The speed of improvement was unimaginable to ordinary people. The Heavenly Jewel can help improve any nature profundity. My fused profundity is formed by the fusion of 5 nature profundities. It's similar to the nature energy stored in the Heavenly Jewel. It'll definitely help me improve my fused profundity. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, his emotions surged again. But soon, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and calmed down again. Heavenly Jewels. Only when they had accumulated enough nature energy would they be able to unleash their full potential. The force of nature that came from the accumulation of Heavenly Jewels was also known as the Heavenly Jewel energy. If a Heavenly Jewel had no more Heavenly Jewel energy to absorb, it was no different from a piece of trash. The Heavenly Jewels of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch had already been filled with Heavenly Jewel energy since last year. After another year, when their new leader is born, they'll absorb the Heavenly Jewel energy in the Heavenly Jewel to increase their strength. Gold Thug continued, as though he could read Duan Lingtian's mind. As he spoke, a hint of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. Once he allowed the new leader of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan to absorb the Heavenly Jewel's energy and increase his strength, he would undoubtedly be left far behind. At that time, he would not be able to avenge his parents and clansmen. He hated it. At some point in time, Gold Thug had clenched his fists. His body was trembling, and he could not control his emotions. The reason why he agreed to be this person's dog, the reason why he didn't want to die, was not only for himself, but also to avenge the annihilation of his clan. He wanted to avenge his clan. If he died, the Golden Hellhound clan would disappear from Cloud Continent forever. You mean, the Heavenly Jewels in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch are filled with nature energy? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared at Gold Thug. Earlier, he was worried that the Heavenly Jewels in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch did not have much nature energy in them. That was why he lost interest in the Heavenly Jewels. Yes. Gold Thug replied confidently. How can you be so sure? Duan Lingtian asked. Ever since that old man died, the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch only passed down 2 Berserk mongrel rodents who possessed the Imperial family's bloodline. The new leader will be born in a year from now. Gold Thug said, As for the heavenly jewels, they were left behind by the previous leader of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch. Only the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's leader can use the heavenly jewels. This is the rule he set. When Gold Thug mentioned the previous leader of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch, hatred shone in his eyes. The previous leader of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch was the powerhouse from the Berserk mongrel rodent clan who killed his parents. If that's the case, you want me to snatch the heavenly jewels? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared at Gold Thug again.
Yes.
Gold Thug nodded. Although I don't know what profundity you've comprehended, I can smell the aura of 5 types of nature profundity from the 5-colored profundity. I'm sure the nature energy accumulated in the heavenly jewels can help you elevate your ability, Master. Gold Thug finished his sentence in one breath. As expected of the Golden Hellhound, your nose is very sensitive. Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was so bright that it made Gold Thug's hair stand on end. Instead of saying that you want me to snatch the heavenly jewels so that I can benefit, it's more accurate to say that you want to avenge your Golden Hellhound clan. Duan Lingtian glanced at Gold Thug nonchalantly with an expression that said, I've seen through you.
You're wise, Master.
Gold Thug kneeled on the ground and said respectfully, if Master can help me avenge my Golden Hellhound clan, I'm willing to serve Master wholeheartedly for the rest of my life. I'll never betray you again. At that time, I'm willing to swear on the 9-9 heavenly retribution to prove my sincerity. Gold Thug said sincerely, never betray you again? Sincerely? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. We killed 3 of your brothers earlier. Could it be that you don't want to avenge them? You won't be unhappy with me because of them? If that's the case, I'm afraid you'll be killed by the lightning punishment in the blink of an eye, even if you swear. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp like a sword. Master, although we have feelings for each other, we're not related by blood. Besides, the reason we're together is because of our common interests. From the moment we became bandits, we were prepared to lose each other. Gold Thug sighed. If we continue like this, even if we don't meet Master this time, we might be killed by someone else next time. Gold Thug felt helpless as he spoke. No matter how powerful a bandit was, he would not be able to escape death if he accidentally encountered a powerhouse. Just like this time. He became a bandit mainly because the Golden Hellhound clan's branch's base was occupied by the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch. He no longer had any cultivation resources. Therefore, he could only rely on his own strength to plunder and fight for it to elevate his cultivation base. It could be said that his current cultivation base was all due to his hard work. You're quite open-minded. Duan Lingtian glanced at Gold Thug nonchalantly and asked, since there are 2 imperial bloodlines in the Golden Rodent clan, they'll be our biggest opponents if we want to obtain the heavenly jewel. How strong are they?
Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Gold Thug with a gleam in his eyes.
Their cultivation base is the same as mine. They're both at the 6th level Demon Monarch stage. If they don't go berserk, I can defeat any one of them. However, if they go berserk, I'm no match for any one of them. Gold Thug felt helpless when he reached the end of his sentence. Once the Berserk mongrel rodent went berserk, its combat strength would skyrocket. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the berserk power. 6th level Demon Monarch stage? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he muttered to himself, as far as I know, the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's imperial bloodline will gain an additional strength of at least 2,000 ancient horn dragons once they go berserk. Those with better innate talent can even gain an additional strength of 3,000 or even 4,000 ancient horn dragons. Duan Lingtian learned all of this from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Berserk was the Berserk mongrel rodent's innate skill. It was similar to the variant's innate ability, but it was different because the entire clan would go berserk. However, the innate ability was one of a kind. During the reincarnation Emperor Wu's first lifetime, he had come into contact with the Berserk mongrel rodent clan. In the reincarnation Emperor Wu's impression of them, the Berserk mongrel rodent was a perfect example of a saying, a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone. All of this was because the Berserk mongrel rodent had a bad nature that originated from its bones. It might call you brother today, but it could turn hostile and even stab you in the back for benefits tomorrow. During the reincarnation Emperor Wu's first lifetime, he had encountered a berserk mongrel rodent not long after he had broken through to the martial monarch stage. The reincarnation Emperor Wu had trusted it wholeheartedly, but it wanted to kill the reincarnation Emperor Wu for benefits. Fortunately, the reincarnation Emperor Wu reacted at the critical moment and killed it first. From that moment on, the reincarnation Emperor Wu hated the berserk mongrel rodent from the bottom of his heart. Yes, Gold Thug was not surprised that Duan Lingtian understood the berserk mongrel rodent so well. When his master mentioned the Golden Hellhound clan and the berserk mongrel rodent clan from 20,000 years ago, he knew that his master was not a simple person. How far is the berserk mongrel rodent clan's encampment from the Yin Yang sect's encampment? Duan Lingtian asked. Master, are you going to the Yin Yang sect?
Gold Thug asked curiously.
3 months at the latest. I must reach the Yin Yang sect's encampment, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. At this moment, he could not help but think of his 2 fiancées. Kerr, little Fayer, don't do anything stupid. I'll come and save you soon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It'll take about 1.5 months to reach the Yin Yang sect's encampment from here. However, if we take this swift boat to the inner land and rush to the berserk mongrel rodent clan's encampment immediately, I'm afraid it'll take you more than 3 months to get back to the Yin Yang sect's encampment after you obtain the heavenly jewel, Master. Gold Thug frowned when he reached the end of his sentence. More than 3 months. Chapter 1140. Master, we can take a small swift boat. Soon, Gold Thug seemed to have recalled something as his eyes lit up. A small swift boat? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Before he could learn the difference between a small swift boat and a large swift boat from reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Gold Thug had already said, a small swift boat can be twice as fast as a large swift boat when its speed is raised to the maximum. Twice as fast. In other words, if we take a small swift boat, we'll only need around 20 days to reach the mainland? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up.
Yes.
Gold Thug nodded. If that's the case, we'll take a small swift boat instead. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he made up his mind. There was a hint of desire in the depth of his eyes. It was a desire for the heavenly jewel. The heavenly jewel that was filled with nature energy was undoubtedly a timely help to him. Perhaps, the heavenly jewel is a turning point for me. Otherwise, with my current ability, it's almost impossible for me to break into the Yin Yang sect and take Kerr and little Fayer away. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian took out a small swift boat from the spatial ring that Gold Thug had given him after removing the master ownership claim. Subsequently, he let Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan enter it. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man who was sitting far away and smiled. Let me give you a ride. The old man was the one who had warned him at the Ruoshui riverside. Initially, the old man was a little anxious when he saw Duan Lingtian was going to take the small swift boat away. If they encountered bandits later on, they would not be able to survive without the protection of Duan Lingtian's people. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian calling him, he sighed in relief and stood up immediately. Thank you, Master. A moment later, the old man entered the small swift boat as well. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Gold Thug and was about to enter the small swift boat as well. Master, please give me a ride too. Master, if we encounter bandits again after you leave, we'll be finished. Please bring us along. Master, please bring us along. After a short while, everyone on the Yin Yang sect's large swift boat stood up in unison and rushed towards Duan Lingtian. Each and every one of them had an anxious look on their faces as they were afraid that there wouldn't be enough space on the small swift boat if they were too slow. Duan Lingtian glanced at these people indifferently, then ignored them and entered the small flying boat. Not to mention that the other 3 small flying boats couldn't accommodate so many people. Even if they could, he had no obligation and responsibility to help these people. Previously at the Ruoshui riverside, these people watched with folded arms when he was in danger. They weren't even willing to send him a voice transmission to warn him. Their indifference made Duan Lingtian's heart turn cold. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't hate them. Everyone had their own choices and couldn't be forced. Just like how he didn't plan to take these people away on a small flying boat. Humph. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was ignoring these people, Gold Thug could not help but scoff. A majestic and vast airwave surged out of his body and pushed back the group of people who pounced on him. Master, I'm willing to pay 100 high-grade origin stones, as long as you're willing to take me away. Master, I'm willing to pay as well. The group of people who were pushed back saw that Gold Thug had also entered the small swift boat after pushing them back. The small swift boat had already ascended and left the large swift boat that they were in. Their expressions changed instantly. Many of them even wanted to spend high-grade origin stones to board the small swift boat. Unfortunately, after the small swift boat left the large swift boat, it didn't turn back. In a blink of an eye, it transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared before their eyes. For a moment, despair filled the faces of the people on the large swift boat. Why is he willing to take that old man away but not me? Someone said unwillingly. For a moment, everyone realized this problem. Unfortunately, this was destined to be a mystery in their hearts forever. That day at the Rua Shui riverside, the old man had used voice transmission to warn Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had cooperated and left no traces behind. Therefore, nobody knew that Duan Lingtian had communicated with the old man and was grateful to him. Whoosh! The small swift boat pierced through the sky and headed north toward the inner land. That's fast. In the small swift boat, Xiong Quan looked at the swift boat beneath his feet in shock. I can't believe that this inconspicuous fellow is so fast. If it's not fast, how can it chase after the large swift boats? Duan Lingtian said. Xiong Quan finally understood. He just remembered that Gold Thug was originally a bandit. He usually relied on these small swift boats to search for and hunt prey. It would be unreasonable if his speed was slower than his prey. Thank you, Master. The old man thanked Duan Lingtian again. He knew that from the moment he boarded this small swift boat, he was destined to reach the inner land safely. As for the other group of people, they would most likely die. There was not a single person at the martial Monarch stage or above among them. If they did not encounter the bandits on the Rua Shui riverside, they might be able to reach the inner land safely. However, if they encountered any of the bandits on the Rua Shui riverside, they would definitely die. Senior, you don't have to thank me. If you didn't warn me at the Rua Shui riverside, I wouldn't have returned the favor today. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Where there's a cause, there's an effect. You reap what you sow. I'm glad that I warned you at that time. The old man sighed with lingering fear in his heart. He knew very well. If he did not warn this purple-clad young man at the Rua Shui riverside, he would have to stay on the large swift boat and die with the group of people. The speed of the small flying boat was very fast, which could be seen from the clouds in the sky. As for the surroundings of the small flying boat, there was no reference object. There was only the boundless Rua Shui River. In the following days, Duan Lingtian immersed himself in his cultivation again. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. He held the 3 nature profundity fragments tightly in his hand. He was constantly comprehending and improving his fused profundity. Apart from that, the comprehension of the sword Tao that originated from the word sword in his mind increased as time passed. The fused profundity is like a bottomless pit. Even with the help of the 3 nature profundity fragments, the progress is still so slow. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered this. The improvement of the fused profundity was much slower than the improvement of an ordinary Monarch stage profundity. After a period of comprehension, Duan Lingtian was completely certain of this. The fused profundity has the same strength as the Emperor stage profundity, but it's not as difficult to comprehend as the Emperor stage profundity, right? Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he thought of this. He had tried to take out the Emperor stage wind profundity fragment that he had obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He wanted to use it to comprehend and improve his fused profundity, but he realized it was useless. It seems like the product of the 5 Monarch stage nature profundities fusion still belongs to the category of Monarch stage profundity. I can't improve it with the Emperor stage profundity fragment. The Emperor Stage Profundity fragment was only helpful to profundities above the 9th level Monarch Stage Profundity. However, Duan Lingtian knew very well that there was no turning back for him now. No matter how difficult it was to improve his fused profundity, he had to grit his teeth and continue to comprehend it, even if he would be badly battered along the way. This was because there was no turning back. There was no way for him to separate the fused profundity again. It was quiet inside the small swift boat. Everyone was immersed in their cultivation and comprehension of the profundity. Time passed by quietly. 20 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 20 days, they would occasionally encounter some robbers who were foolish enough to rob them. However, the gold thug easily dealt with them. Some were killed by the gold thug, while some were thrown into the Ruoshui River. They encountered 2 whirlpools along the way, but the gold thug easily dodged them with the small swift boat. As the leader of the famous 4 Hunan thugs south of the Ruoshui River, the huge Ruoshui River was no different from the gold thug's backyard. "Master, we're here." Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating, was awakened by the gold thug. When he snapped back to his senses, he realized they had crossed the Ruoshui River and arrived at the inner land. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and the old man woke up one by one as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The few of them exited the small swift boat and realized they were already at the Ruoshui River. Naturally, the Ruoshui River here was the Innerland's Ruoshui River. This was the destination of Duan Lingtian and the rest. The Innerland was also the central area of Cloud Continent where powerhouses were as common as clouds. This is the Innerland. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked around. Half of it was the Ruoshui River, while the other half was a boundless desert. "Master, the Yin Yang Sect Station is over there. The Berserk Mongrel Rodent Clan Station is over there." At this moment, the gold thug pointed in the northeast direction and then the northwest direction. The Yin Yang Sect Station and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent Clan Station were in 2 different directions. One was in the northeast while the other was in the northwest. "Senior, we're heading northwest. Is it convenient for you?" Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked. "I'm heading north." The old man grinned and bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. "Sir, thank you for taking care of me throughout the journey. See you again. You'll regret it someday." Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled back. Whoosh. After a while, the old man flew toward the north and soon disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the rest's eyes. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and the gold thug. Then, he raised his hand and an invisible energy surged out and twined around Feng Tianwu's body, guiding Feng Tianwu toward the northeast direction. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian brought Feng Tianwu with him as he traveled at full speed. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a gigantic 5-colored sword and disappeared into the northeast sky in just a moment. "Let's go." Behind them, the gold thug raised his hand and followed along with Xiong Quan. Chapter 1141. Ever since the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan almost perished together with the Golden Hellhound clan 10,000 years ago, there was only one branch left. This branch had been passed down until today. However, in order to recuperate, they had learned to conceal themselves and not expose themselves in front of people. They had made too many enemies back then. If they exposed the existence of their branch, they would definitely be attacked by those people like a storm. It was precisely because of their recuperation that the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch had been hiding in the dark. Perhaps, the Golden Hellhound clan was really the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's archenemy. When the latter left a branch behind, they also left a branch behind. Since then, the two branches had been fighting. They were evenly matched, and they had been fighting for over 20,000 years. It was until 100 years ago that a Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's imperial powerhouse obtained a heavenly jewel that was filled with nature energy. With the help of the heavenly jewel, he raised the nature profundity he comprehended by a few levels in a short period of time. Due to this reason, the balance between the two clans was broken. Under the leadership of that powerhouse, the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan completely annihilated the Golden Hellhound clan. Naturally, in their eyes, it was complete annihilation. They did not know that when they were killing the Golden Hellhound clan that year, a Golden Hellhound puppy had survived. Moreover, that Golden Hellhound puppy had relied on its own efforts to possess strength that was not inferior to the two strongest imperial powerhouses in the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan. The Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch was located in a dark swamp. Root-type demon beasts did not like light. They preferred to hide in the dark because only the dark could give them a sense of security, an absolute sense of security. Gold Thug, you've been here before? Today, there were a few uninvited guests in a corner of the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch's vast territory. They were being led by a golden-robed old man. The person who asked the golden-robed old man was a purple-clad young man who was following behind. "Yes, master." The golden-robed old man replied respectfully in the face of the purple-clad young man's question. The people who had come to this swamp, which was also the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch's residence, were Duan Lingtian and the others who had come from afar. The gold thug came here as though he was strolling in his own backyard. Duan Lingtian and the others could not help but feel surprised. "Master, over there." Then, Gold Thug continued to lead the way. He flew all the way to the center of the swamp. He did not try to hide himself. "Are you sure this won't alert the enemy?" Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. "Don't worry, master." As Gold Thug replied, he continued to speed up. "Who is it?" After a while, a loud shout came from the swamp in the distance. Along with the voice, little black dots began to appear before Duan Lingtian and the others. They continued to grow larger and larger as they did so. However, even in front of Duan Lingtian and the others, the little black didn't become much bigger. What appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others were 7 rat-type demon beasts with mixed fur all over their bodies. They were slightly larger than ordinary rats, and their eyes were flashing with a scarlet luster. Berserk Mongrel Rodent. With just one look, Duan Lingtian recognized the 7 rat-type demon beasts. They were exactly the same as the Berserk Mongrel Rodent in the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. "How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me?" Just as Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Xiong Quan tensed up and were about to attack, Gold Thug spoke. His voice was filled with authority and spread far and wide. Boom! At the same time, a vast wave of air gushed out from Gold Thug's body and sent the 7 Berserk Mongrel Rodents flying. However, Gold Thug did not take advantage of the situation to attack. He stood where he was and raised his hand. An ancient token appeared in his hand. The token was engraved with extremely complicated and ancient patterns. Upon closer inspection, the pattern formed by the patterns was a rat-type demon beast. Just as Duan Lingtian and the others were puzzled, Gold Thug's voice rang out. "Greetings, Third Emperor." The 7 Berserk Mongrel Rodents that were sent flying by Gold Thug had bloodshot eyes. They were ready to call for the other tribesmen. However, when they saw the token in Gold Thug's hand, all of them kneeled in the air like humans. At this moment, as they kneeled in the air, their bodies trembled. Fear filled their 7 pairs of bloodshot eyes. "Third Emperor, please spare our lives. We didn't know it was you." One of the Berserk Mongrel Rodents said in a trembling voice. "Third Emperor, please spare our lives." The other 2 Berserk Mongrel Rodents also begged for mercy. Their voices were trembling. "Scram!" Gold Thug shouted coldly. As he raised his hand, a rolling energy swept out and sent the 7 Berserk Mongrel Rodents who had not even entered the void transformation stage flying again. At this moment, the 7 Berserk Mongrel Rodents fled as though they were relieved of a heavy burden. After a short while, the swamp regained its tranquility. "Master, please." After the 7 Berserk Mongrel Rodents left, Gold Thug, who was originally majestic, stepped aside respectfully. He bowed humbly to Duan Lingtian and guided Duan Lingtian forward. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of leaving. "Gold Thug, what happened just now? Why did they address you as Third Emperor?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He still felt strange when he recalled the scene earlier. Logically speaking, as the Golden Hellhound, Gold Thug should be the archenemy of the Berserk Mongrel Rodents, right? Why did the 7 Berserk Mongrel Rodents not only kneel obediently when they saw the token in Gold Thug's hand, but they even addressed him as Third Emperor. Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who could not figure it out. Even Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan were puzzled as well. Xiong Quan, in particular, had a confused expression on his face. His shock had yet to fade away. Earlier, when he saw the 7 berserk mongrel rodents bowing to Gold Thug, it gave him a huge shock. He had no idea what was going on at all. "Young master, didn't you say that the golden hellhound and the berserk mongrel rodents are archenemies?" Xiong Quan was puzzled. "Master, in the eyes of the berserk mongrel rodents, the golden hellhound has become a thing of the past. It no longer exists." Gold Thug said slowly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. "You mean they don't know about your existence?" Duan Lingtian was not stupid. He could easily figure out something from Gold Thug's words. "You're wise, master." Gold Thug nodded and flattered Duan Lingtian. "Let's not talk about this for now. Why don't you explain why the 7 berserk mongrel rodents kneeled on the ground and addressed you as the Third Emperor when they saw you taking out the order token?" Duan Lingtian looked at Gold Thug strangely. "Don't tell me you stole the order token from one of the royal family members of the berserk mongrel rodent clan?" The royal family reigned supreme in the berserk mongrel rodent clan. After the royal family was the royal family. The royal family had a close relationship with the royal family. Most of them were the offspring of a royal family member and a non-royal family member. They were neither superior nor inferior. However, they had an extremely high status in the berserk mongrel rodent clan. Some of the royal family members might even be the siblings of the berserk mongrel rodent clan branch leader. Therefore, it was normal for the royal family members to be addressed as the Third Emperor. Of course not.
Gold Thug shook his head as he weighed the order token in his hand.
"Master, this order token in my hand belongs to me. To be more precise, it was given to me by the 2 royal family members of the berserk mongrel rodent clan." "What?" One must admit that Gold Thug's answer completely shocked Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Xiong Quan. "Aren't they your enemies? Why would they give you this?"
Xiong Quan asked with his mouth agape.
"I know they're my enemies, but it doesn't mean they know I'm their mortal enemy." Gold Thug's eyes gleamed. Under Duan Lingtian and the other 2's puzzled gazes, he said slowly, "Back then, I created an opportunity to sneak into the berserk mongrel rodent clan's residence. At that time, I helped them solve a problem. Since the berserk mongrel rodent clan's ability was on par with the 2 royal family members, I was acknowledged by them. It's funny now that I think about it. That time, they actually forced me to become sworn brothers. Since I couldn't defeat them after they went berserk, I became their 3rd brother. Both of them had similar abilities, so they were called the Big Brother for now. When one of them becomes the leader of the berserk mongrel rodent clan in the future, he'll become the one and only Big Brother, while the other one will be the 2nd brother." Gold Thug sneered when he reached this part of the sentence. You became sworn brothers with them?" Xiong Quan was shocked. It's just a formality. I only found out later that the reason we became sworn brothers was because they wanted to use me to do something for them. They told me it wasn't dangerous, but I almost lost my life because of it." When Gold Thug reached this part of the sentence, he said angrily with lingering fear, "The berserk mongrel rodents are just like what was recorded in the handbook passed down in our clan. They're all despicable and shameless creatures. Later on, they wanted to use me, so I left without saying goodbye. I came here to find out more about them. At that time, I had a good understanding of them, so I chose to leave." Gold Thug looked at the order token in his hand and continued, "They gave me this order token after I was almost killed by them. They said it was to give me a position in the berserk mongrel rodent clan that's only below them." After listening to Gold Thug's words, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 finally understood what was going on. "If that's the case, with this order token, we'll soon be able to see the 2 imperial berserk mongrel rodents in the berserk mongrel rodent clan?" Xiong Quan's eyes lit up. "Yes." Gold Thug nodded as his eyes gleamed coldly. "If they know I'm back, I wonder how happy they'll be. In their eyes, I'm just a powerful lackey who can help them do many things that their clansmen can't." Chapter 1142. It seems like the gold thug must have encountered a great danger when he was almost killed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so agitated. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, he was in a good mood when he found out that he would be able to meet the two royals of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan soon. This meant that he would be able to settle the matter here in the shortest time possible and obtain the heavenly jewel before heading to the Yin-Yang sect's estate. Let's go. Under Duan Lingtian's guidance, the gold thug led the way in front, and the group continued to go deeper into the swamp. That was where the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch of the royal clan and the royal clan gathered. The Berserk mongrel rodents who were above the royal clan could transform into humans. Therefore, the place where they lived was made of wood. Although the materials were simple, they were exquisite. Third Emperor. Along the way, the Berserk mongrel rodents who saw the token in the gold thug's hand knelt down and bowed to him. Duan Lingtian and the other two followed closely behind. When they arrived at the swamp's center, Duan Lingtian and the other two's eyes lit up. The exquisite wooden buildings in front of them gave them a different feeling. It was as though they had come to another world. Yo, I was wondering who it was. It's our third emperor who's back. Soon after, a voice filled with mockery resonated. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw that the person who spoke was a middle-aged man who walked out of a wooden building. When he looked at the gold thug, his eyes were filled with disdain. 8th level void transformation stage? Initially, Duan Lingtian thought that the person who dared to mock the gold thug would be very powerful. It did not cross his mind that the person was only an 8th level void transformation stage martial artist. The royal Berserk mongrel rodent? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrow and asked the gold thug curiously. Yes, master. The gold thug nodded in response. He stopped moving and looked at the middle-aged man who mocked him. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Apart from those two fellows, he's the one who I hate the most in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew who the two guys gold thug was talking about were. They were none other than the two members of the royal family of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan. They had almost killed Gold Thug and were his sworn enemies. Haha, Gold Thug, I didn't expect you to acknowledge me as your master. This is an incredible piece of news. I'm looking forward to seeing the expressions of the two emperors when they find out. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with mockery. However, his laughter came to an abrupt end very quickly. This was because a bloody hole had appeared out of nowhere on his throat. It was a hideous and terrifying bloody hole, and dazzling blood continuously gushed out. In the end, he also fell to the ground and completely stopped breathing. Since you hate him, then make him shut up forever, Duan Lingtian said calmly as he stretched his right hand. Gold Thug's pupils shrank. Earlier, he had only heard a short-lived sword howl, and he hadn't been able to see his master's movements clearly before that member of the Berserk mongrel rat royal clan that he loathed had died. Master's ability has improved again? Gold Thug's eyes lit up immediately. Subsequently, a devilish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His body moved like the wind, and when he raised his hand, a 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. It was his Grade 1 spirit sword. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Gold Thug raised his hand, the sword in his hand moved like a swimming dragon. Streaks of sword rays shot out and instantly destroyed all the wooden buildings in front of him. As the wooden buildings collapsed, there were many figures lying in a pool of blood. These were basically the royal family of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan. Gold Thug? You're crazy. Naturally, there were also some royal family members of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan who had a high cultivation base who managed to avoid this disaster. When they regained their senses, horror dawned on them when they looked at the person who had attacked them. They were very familiar with the person standing before them. Gold Thug. He was the sworn brother of the two emperors, the third brother. Naturally, among the Berserk mongrel rodent clan, apart from the Berserk mongrel rodent clan who had a lowly bloodline, the noble royal family members did not acknowledge this person. However, when they saw this person daring to kill their royal family members, they thought he was crazy. Was he not afraid of enraging the emperors? In fact, The Berserk mongrel rodent clan's main foundation was the royal family. Only the union between the royal family members, or even the union between the royal family and the royal family, could give birth to a new generation of royal family members. Die. However, the response to the royal family members of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan was the sword in Gold Thug's hand that shot out at lightning speed. The sound of the sword whistling in the air was short-lived. The short-lived sword whistling sound was like a death knell. Each time it rang, one of the royal family members of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan would fall. Boom. Many royal family members went berserk and increased their strength, but they were still killed by Gold Thug's sword. So this is Berserk? Although Duan Lingtian had learned about the Berserk of the Berserk mongrel rodents from Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, he could not help but feel surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. Once these Berserk mongrel rodents transformed into humans, apart from the origin energy that had merged with concept, there was also a layer of bloody red light on their bodies. After they went berserk, their strength increased tremendously. However, the increase was very small. At most, it was only the strength of a few hundred ancient horn dragons. This little increase was nothing in front of a demon monarch like Gold Thug. Soon after, blood flowed like a river in the center of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's estate. Gold Thug, how dare you? Gold Thug, you're seeking death. The Berserk mongrel rodents in the swamp began to stir when they smelled the scent of blood. The main characters finally appeared. Two skinny old men who looked like they were just skin and bones appeared side by side. Their eyes were bloody red, and their bodies exuded a terrifying aura. It was an aura of rage, killing intent, and ruthlessness. The two old men, one in a black robe and the other in a gray robe, locked their bloody and cold eyes on Gold Thug the moment they appeared. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, the Berserk mongrel rodents from all over the swamp began to gather. They were completely stunned when they saw the corpses of the royal family. Who did this? Soon after, they received their answer. The third emperor did this? Oh my God! Why did the third emperor do this? He's cutting off the roots of our Berserk mongrel rodent clan. Does he want to die? Although there were many Berserk mongrel rodents watching the scene, they did not intend to make a move. This was because they knew it would be useless even if they made a move. The third emperor's strength was almost on par with the two emperors. He was not someone they could go against. They had not even stepped into the void transformation stage, so they did not have the strength to transform into humans. Ha 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 ha. Two old fellas, you've finally appeared. Gold Thug laughed loudly when he saw the gray-clad old man and the black-clad old man. His laughter was filled with unbridled excitement. Gold Thug, why did you do this? The gray-clad old man's eyes gleamed coldly as he suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice, Why? That's a good question. The moment the gray-clad old man's words left his mouth, Gold Thug's laughter stopped abruptly. Along with a loud shout, a dazzling golden light shone from his body, causing the group of Berserk mongrel rodents to squint their eyes. When they opened their eyes, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. A hint of coldness could be seen in their crimson eyes. What did they just see? A huge golden dog with a black horn on its head appeared before their eyes. They were not unfamiliar with such a huge dog. So, you're the surviving member of the Golden Hellhound clan. Are the three people behind you the helpers you brought along? Are they also the surviving members of the Golden Hellhound clan? The black-clad old man asked coldly as his crimson eyes narrowed. Do you think you can do anything to us with just the few of you? The other gray-clothed old man also spoke in a cold voice. However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. Of course, no one interrupted him with words. He kept his mouth shut. Unknowingly, a purple figure had appeared beside the gray-robed old man. It was a ghostly purple figure. This was a purple-clothed young man. He stood in front of the gray-clothed old man, but the 3-foot-long sword in his hand had already entered the gray-clothed old man's neck. Wong. With a shake of the 3-foot-long sword, a sword hum resounded, and the gray-clothed old man's head left his body. Whoosh! Almost at the same time the gray-clothed old man's voice came to an abrupt end, The black-clothed old man who had been by his side seemed to have turned into a bolt of black lightning and flashed to the side. "Who are you?" Looking at the purple figure in front of him, the black-clothed old man's expression was extremely ugly. Deep fear appeared in his eyes. Although the other party's attack was considered a sneak attack. However, the fact that the other party was able to appear in front of them and kill one of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's imperial family was enough to show how terrifying the other party was. The other party's strength was stronger than them. At the very least, he was stronger than them without Berserk. Boom. Without any hesitation, the surging origin energy on the black-clothed old man's body transformed into a milky white flame. At the same time, the profundity followed him like a shadow. Apart from that, a bloody light soared from his body and shrouded his entire body, making him seem even taller. It was none other than the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's Berserk. A saber appeared in his hand just in time. It was a narrow saber that had light swirling around it. The origin energy that had been infused with the profundity merged with the saber easily. Whoosh! At once, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. The heaven and earth phenomenon finally gathered to form the silhouettes of 3 ancient black dragons. They wriggled as they descended, giving off a strong visual impact. At the same time, it made the already dark swamp even darker. The strength of 3 ancient black dragons? How's that possible? Chapter 11:43. In Gold Thug's memory. If the black-clad old man did not enter Berserk, his strength was on par with him. If he unleashed his full strength, he would be able to wield the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. However, due to the fact that he was active as a bandit in the southern area of the Ruashui River, he was far more experienced and skilled than the black-clad old man. For this reason, he was slightly better than the black-clad old man in terms of strength. However, if the black-clad old man entered Berserk, he would gain the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons, 2 ancient black dragons, and 8,000 ancient horned dragons. The difference of the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons rendered his combat experience and skills useless. Crushing. Absolute crushing. The black-clad old man in Berserk completely crushed him. However, it did not cross his mind that the black-clad old man's strength had risen to such a level when he saw him again. Once he entered Berserk, he had an additional strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons compared to before. Gold Thug, do you think I'm still at the same level as you? When the black-clad old man heard Gold Thug's exclamation, he immediately looked at Gold Thug and said in disdain. However, after he finished speaking to Gold Thug, he shifted his gaze to the purple-clad young man standing nearby. Cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. "You'll definitely die." The black-clad old man stared at Duan Lingtian and spoke slowly. His voice was cold as though it came from an ice cave. "You want me to die? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Faced with the black-clad old man who had 3 silhouettes of ancient black dragons above his head, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He looked at the old man fearlessly. His eyes were calm, as though he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. "Master, I'll help you." At this moment, Gold Thug flew out and stood side by side with Duan Lingtian. He stared at the black-clad old man who was the only remaining Imperial Berserk mongrel rodent in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan. Although he knew his master was very powerful and could wield the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 8,000 ancient horned dragons, if he unleashed his full strength, he was still able to wield the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 8,000 ancient horned dragons. However, the strength displayed by the black-clad old man was more powerful than his master. It was the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Even if his master's swordsmanship was amazing, under such a huge difference in strength, he was probably not a match for the old man in black. "Go do what you need to do. I don't care about this old man," Duan Lingtian said to Gold Thug. Based on his words, he did not need Gold Thug's help to deal with the old man in black. "Master." Upon hearing that, Gold Thug looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. "Don't worry." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, his eyes filled with confidence.
Yes.
After taking a deep breath, Gold Thug nodded heavily. He chose to believe in Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, his figure flashed, and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed into the surrounding group of berserk mongrel rats. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After reverting to his human form, Gold Thug kept swinging his sword. Every time he made a move, he easily took the lives of a few berserk mongrel rats. The sword in his hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. In just a blink of an eye, many berserk mongrel rats died in his hands. These berserk mongrel rats who had not even entered the void transformation stage were like ants in front of Gold Thug, who was at the 6th level demon monarch stage. Run, run. In the face of this one-sided massacre, the group of berserk mongrel rats fled in all directions. Help Gold Thug. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice entered Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan's ears. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, both of them seemed to have received an order. Both of them made their moves and helped Gold Thug to slaughter the berserk mongrel rats that were fleeing in all directions. It was a one-sided massacre. Everywhere both of them passed by, the corpses of the berserk mongrel rats fell like rain. Die. When the black-clad old man saw the bloody scene around him, his bloodshot eyes were filled with killing intent. After he shouted, he immediately attacked Duan Lingtian. He attacked with all his might. Whoosh! The saber that contained the strength of 3 ancient black dragons followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. It was ferocious, as though it wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in one strike so that it could rescue its people. Faced with the black-clad old man's ferocious saber, Duan Lingtian had a disdainful smile on his face. Subsequently, he shook the 3-foot-long sword in his hand and faced the saber head-on. Boom! In an instant, a 5-colored energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. As soon as the 5-colored energy appeared, it transformed into the shape of a sword. It made Duan Lingtian look like he had transformed into a 5-colored gigantic sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! The saber and the sword collided violently. They did not hold back at all. The black-clad old man, who was shrouded in a bloody light, swung his saber with all his might. It was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons. Wherever the saber ray passed, it emitted a fierce aura. The airwaves rolled, and the wind raged. It swept out like a blade, and many blade marks were left on the withered trees on the swamp. They were clearly visible blade marks. Although the 3-foot-long sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was a delayed attack, it was not to be outdone. The rolling energy in his body continued to surge into the saber before it gushed out. Around his body, the sound of air exploding continued to rise and fall. It shook the air and caused the airwaves to explode continuously, setting off gusts of whistling wind. It caused his purple robes to flutter, making him look extremely elegant. Due to the delayed attack, Duan Lingtian's energy surged out of the 3-foot-long sword in his hand in a hurry. When it collided with the saber in the black-clad old man's hand, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The black-clad old man who had forced Duan Lingtian to take 2 steps back with his saber had a disdainful look on his face. After he sneered, the saber in his hand continued to move forward. He wanted to shatter the 3-foot-long sword in Duan Lingtian's hand before cutting Duan Lingtian into 2. However, his expression changed very quickly. He realized that the energy in the 3-foot-long sword in the purple-clad young man's hand was increasing continuously. It was as though there was no end to it. It crashed against his energy again and again. It was like waves that kept crashing against each other. The energy kept stacking together. In the end, it gave him a huge pressure. Boom. Finally, he felt the energy in the 3-foot-long sword in his opponent's hand explode in an instant. It completely crushed his energy. This power came too quickly and erupted too quickly, so he didn't have time to fully react. When he finally reacted, he only saw a flash in front of his eyes. He happened to see the heaven and earth phenomenon that was condensing in the void above his opponent's head. At that moment, his eyes narrowed to the extreme. This was destined to be his last expression in his life. When he saw the heaven and earth anomaly above the purple-clothed young man's head, a tiny crack appeared between his eyebrows. The crack continued to spread and turned into a bloody scar. Smack! The black-clad old man's body was cut into two. Boom! After the old man, whose eyes had narrowed to the extreme, was cut into two, he was shrouded by a rolling five-colored energy before his body could be completely separated. He was instantly crushed into powder. He could not be any more dead. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Only the purple-clad young man was left standing there. His purple robes fluttered lightly. His expression was calm and composed. As for the sword in his hand, it had long since disappeared without a trace. Looks like that sword Saint Feng Qingyang wasn't bragging. I've only comprehended the surface of the sword Dao comprehension he left behind, and my sword profundity has already risen to such a level. How amazing! The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he was muttering to himself, "These 2 months are just like a dream." As Duan Lingtian reached the end of his muttering, he sighed softly. However, a faint smile crept up the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head showed signs of fading and dispersing. Currently, one could vaguely see the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head. There were a total of 3 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 5,000 ancient horn dragon silhouettes. In other words, Duan Lingtian's strength was equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient horn dragons and 5,000 ancient horn dragons when he made his move earlier, 2 months ago. On the Yin-Yang sect's gigantic swift boat in front of Gold Thug, Duan Lingtian had only displayed the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 8,000 ancient horn dragons when he unleashed his full strength. In just 2 months, he had increased his strength by 7,000 ancient horn dragons. This was simply a miracle. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, and Xiong Quan had already slaughtered all the berserk mongrel rats around them. Without any rats to kill, they immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. Without exception, all of them were attracted by the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head that was dispersing. Gulp, gulp. Gold Thug and Xiong Quan swallowed their saliva in unison. Shock was written all over their faces. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. In just 2 months, he managed to increase his strength by 7,000 ancient horn dragons in one go? How did Master do it? Gold Thug was dumbfounded. Xiong Quan was almost the same. Young Master, he only spent 2 months to raise his strength to such a level? There's an additional strength of 7,000 ancient horn dragons. Although Feng Tianwu did not say anything, there was a hint of astonishment and shock in the depth of her beautiful eyes. Duan Lingtian's improvement shocked everyone who knew about the change in his strength. Half a month ago, my cultivation base made a breakthrough to the 3rd-level martial monarch stage with the help of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy. Such an improvement gave my origin energy an additional strength of 1,000 ancient horn dragons. In addition to the boost from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, it's an additional strength of 2,000 ancient horn dragons. Duan Lingtian felt like he was dreaming when he recalled the improvement half a month ago. Before he made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, although the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy was shocking, it required the assistance of the spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy. However, he did not need any assistance at all now. It only took me slightly more than half a year to break through from the 1st-level martial monarch stage to the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian did not know what to say about his improvement in the past half a year. Chapter 1144. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan's situation was enough to prove that every step after reaching the martial monarch stage was like reaching the heavens. Every step was like reaching the heavens. It meant that every step was as difficult as reaching the heavens. However, this was not the case for Duan Lingtian, who had consumed the rebirth pill. To him, breaking through after reaching the martial monarch stage was as simple and easy as drinking water. This was evident from the fact that he only took half a year to break through from the 1st-level martial monarch stage to the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. All of this is the credit of the rebirth pill. Duan Lingtian knew his limits. Although his innate talent was high and had reached the limit of a human martial artist on the Cloud Continent, It was impossible for him to improve so quickly without the help of the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy. Of course, if it was only the improvement of his cultivation base, it was not enough for Duan Lingtian to gain the strength of 7,000 ancient horn dragons in just 2 months. The improvement of his cultivation base only gave him an additional 2,000 ancient horn dragon strength. The other 5,000 ancient horn dragon strength came from somewhere else. Duan Lingtian's strength came from 4 aspects. First, origin energy. Second, quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Third, fused profundity. Fourth, sword profundity. In the past 2 months, the improvement of his origin energy and quasi-royal grade spirit sword was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horn dragons. His fused profundity did not improve. Only the sword profundity was left. It was also because of the breakthrough of the sword profundity that Duan Lingtian gained the strength of 5,000 ancient horn dragons. 2 months ago, the sword profundity that Duan Lingtian comprehended was only at the first level Monarch stage sword profundity. It was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horn dragons. Now, the sword profundity had an additional 5,000 ancient horn dragon strength compared to before. In other words, the sword profundity that Duan Lingtian comprehended was equivalent to the strength of 7,000 ancient horn dragons. The sword profundity that was equivalent to the strength of 7,000 ancient horn dragons was only at the 6th level Monarch stage sword profundity. That was right. Duan Lingtian had comprehended the 6th level Monarch stage sword profundity. From the 1st level Monarch stage sword profundity to the 6th level Monarch stage sword profundity, he had crossed 5 levels in one go. My sword profundity has improved so much. During this process, I didn't rely on the sword profundity fragment to comprehend and improve my sword profundity. I relied entirely on the sword Dao comprehension accumulated in my mind. As for the origin of the sword Dao comprehension, it was none other than the word sword left behind by the sword Saint Feng Qingyang. The word sword contained obscure information, and this information was the comprehension of the way of the sword left behind by sword Saint Feng Qingyang. According to the words of the sword Saint Feng Qingyang, one would be able to roam freely in the Dao martial saint land after comprehending half of the sword Dao he left behind. Currently, I've only comprehended a little, but I've already raised my sword profundity to such a level. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems like the strength required to roam freely in the Dao martial saint land is far beyond my imagination. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like the 4 words Dao martial saint land were as heavy as Mount Tai. It was so heavy that he could barely breathe. Why am I thinking so much? Currently, I haven't even entered the Emperor Wu stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he shook his head and laughed at himself. No matter what, the reason his strength had improved so much this time was all thanks to the comprehension left behind by the sword saint, Feng Qingyang. He was truly grateful to the guy who called himself the sword saint. Tianzhu. After Duan Lingtian regained his senses, his eyes lit up. He finally remembered his purpose of coming here. He immediately put away the spatial rings from the 2 imperial family members of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan. After he performed the blood ownership claim on them, he began to search through them carefully. However, he did not find any trace of the Tianzhu in there. Master, are you looking for the Tianzhu? When Gold Thug saw Duan Lingtian's actions and saw Duan Lingtian's frown, he immediately guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking about. They didn't bring it with them, Duan Lingtian replied. It should be in their ancestral shrine, Gold Thug said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Ancestral shrine? Duan Lingtian was stunned. They have an ancestral shrine even though they're a group of demon beasts? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, an ancestral shrine was usually something that only human clans had. It was used to worship and remember the ancestors of the clan. It was very meaningful. It did not cross his mind that the Berserk mongrel rodent clan had an ancestral shrine as well. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's ancestral shrine under Gold Thug's lead. The ancestral shrine was also made of wood, but it was extremely exquisite. There were many memorial tablets with names carved on them. It was extremely unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. However, it was extremely familiar to Gold Thug. Boom! Gold Thug raised his hand and destroyed the memorial tablet on the far right. When he made his move, his face was covered in frost. Killing intent shot out from his eyes, as though he was about to devour someone. "Is this the berserk mongrel rodent that killed your parents?" Duan Lingtian asked.
Yes.
Gold Thug took a deep breath and stood up. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said apologetically, "Master, I've lost my composure." "There's nothing to lose your composure about." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "If I were you, I might tear down the entire berserk mongrel rodent clan's ancestral shrine." When Duan Lingtian said this, he saw Gold Thug's eyes lit up. He seemed to have understood something after Duan Lingtian's reminder. "If you want to tear it down, you'll have to wait until I find the heavenly jewel." Duan Lingtian was really worried that this fellow would tear down the berserk mongrel rodent clan's ancestral shrine. "Yes, master," Gold Thug hurriedly responded. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and the other three began to search the berserk mongrel rodent clan's ancestral shrine. After searching for a long time, they found nothing. "What's going on?" Gold Thug frowned. "I heard from the two old men that the heavenly jewel has always been stored in their clan's ancestral shrine. Why can't I find it? Pay more attention to your surroundings and those memorial tablets. Maybe there's some hidden mechanism." Duan Lingtian reminded him. After Duan Lingtian's reminder, the four of them searched for another half an hour and finally found something. "Young master, look over here." Xiong Quan's voice attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. When he arrived next to Xiong Quan, Duan Lingtian looked at the direction Xiong Quan was pointing at and saw a loose wooden board in the corner of the ancestral shrine. It seemed like it could be dismantled. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and dismantled the wooden board. Clang! With this dismantling, a spatial ring that had yet to acknowledge ownership was revealed. "Don't tell me the heavenly jewel is in there?" The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, his breathing became heavy. His hand that was holding the spatial ring was as heavy as Mount Tai. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Duan Lingtian dripped his blood on the spatial ring and performed the blood ownership claim on it under the watchful eyes of Xiong Quan and the other two. After performing the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian immediately looked inside. The storage space in the spatial ring was empty except for a bead in the corner that was particularly eye-catching. It was shining with 5 different colors. The 5 colors were green, red, blue, khaki, and purple. They were the colors of the 5 nature energy. They corresponded to wind, fire, water, earth, thunder. The 5 different colors shining in the bead looked almost identical to the fused profundity that Duan Lingtian had mastered. They were all 5 colors that corresponded to each other. Heavenly jewel. Without needing to search Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian was almost 100% sure that this was the heavenly jewel, the legendary heavenly jewel. As for the energy stored in it, it was the purest nature energy in the world. Of course, it could also be called the heavenly jewel energy now. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with excitement. Even his body was trembling slightly due to excitement. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian took out the heavenly jewel. His hands were trembling as he held it in his hands. The heavenly jewel was cold to the touch. Soon, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. This was because he realized that the energy coming from the heavenly jewel had changed. It was fierce, raging, gentle, heavy, and violent. 5 different types of energy gradually entered his body. In the end, he could not help but communicate and activate the fused profundity to meet them. As expected, soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that once the fused profundity came into contact with the heavenly jewel energy that extended from the heavenly jewel, it fused perfectly with it. It was as though they were in perfect harmony. Everything was so natural. This, at the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, he could vaguely feel that his fused profundity had undergone a slight change. It seemed to have improved to a certain extent. Although this improvement was still a distance away from a breakthrough, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel it. Just this momentary improvement. It feels like it's even more than what I've comprehended in the past 2 months with the help of the 3 nature profundity fragments. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. He felt like he had wasted the past 20 days comprehending the 3 nature profundity fragments. As expected of the heavenly jewel, perhaps, by the time I get to the yin-yang sect's estate, it'll be able to help me achieve a breakthrough in my fused profundity. At that time, my ability will be elevated to another level. Duan Lingtian was dreaming in his heart. Of course, this was not necessarily a dream. Based on the heavenly jewel energy that extended from the heavenly jewel, it was not impossible for it to help him elevate his fused profundity to another level in a short period of time. Of course, he would only know the result after some time. This is the heavenly jewel? At this moment, whether it was Feng Tianwu or Xiong Quan, both of them regained their senses from the shock brought to them by Duan Lingtian's current strength. Both of them shifted their attention to the heavenly jewel in Duan Lingtian's hand. Even Gold Thug was attracted by the heavenly jewel in Duan Lingtian's hand. Although he had heard of the heavenly jewel in the past, it was only hearsay. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a real heavenly jewel. Not only that, it was so close to him. Of course, he did not dare to touch it. Chapter 11:45. Boom, 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 boom. Loud noises reverberated in the air. A magnificent wooden building collapsed with a loud crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. There were 3 people waiting in the distance outside. A figure stood in front of the collapsed building. He was holding a 3-foot-long sword in his hand. A fierce aura was faintly emitting from it. The collapsed building was his masterpiece. It's all over now. After a long time, the person holding the 3-foot-long sword sighed. His weathered voice was filled with relief. Father, mother, clansman, Gold Thug has avenged all of you. Moments later, he put away the 3-foot-long sword in his hand and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 3 times in the northwest direction before he finally stood up again. This person was an old man in a golden robe. He was tall and majestic. He was none other than Gold Thug. The building that he destroyed was the Berserk Mongrel Rodent Clan's ancestral temple. I, Gold Thug, swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation. From today onwards, I'll follow Master Duan Lingtian wholeheartedly. If I have any other thoughts, I'll be killed by the heavenly punishment and die without a burial place. Soon after, Gold Thug pinched his finger and made an oath that he could not break. His wish had been fulfilled. It was time to fulfill his promise. Boom, boom, boom. 9 claps of thunder resonated from the sky in response to Gold Thug's oath. Once he made this oath, it meant that Gold Thug would no longer live for himself. The heavenly punishment did not come. It seems like Gold Thug is really following young master wholeheartedly this time. After a while, Xiong Quan did not notice any signs of the heavenly punishment. He looked at Duan Lingtian immediately. Congratulations, young master, for obtaining a great general. Duan Lingtian nodded lightly. Although his expression did not change much, there was a gleam in the depth of his eyes. Let's go. We still have to hurry to the yin-yang sect. After Duan Lingtian spoke to Gold Thug, he lifted his hand and a rolling energy swept out. In just a moment, it shrouded Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug. Then, with his own strength, he led the 3 of them and flew toward the yin-yang sect at full speed. Fair, I'm here. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked in the direction of the yin-yang sect's encampment. Even though he was flying with Feng Tianwu and the others, Duan Lingtian was still able to circulate the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon form, to cultivate, and his cultivation speed wasn't slow in the slightest. Apart from that, he was also holding a 5-colored pearl in his hand. It was the heavenly jewel. Currently, he was absorbing the heavenly jewel's energy all the time. His fused profundity, which was formed from the fusion of 5 Monarch stage nature profundities, was improving at an extremely fast speed. In addition, Duan Lingtian did not neglect the comprehension of the sword principle that originated from the word sword in his mind. He tried his best to comprehend it. Currently, he had already tasted the sweetness of it. In just 2 months, His first-level Monarch stage sword profundity had risen to the sixth-level Monarch stage sword profundity with the help of the sword principle in the word sword that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind. In just 2 months, he had crossed 5 levels. Nobody would believe him if he told others about it. It was just too ridiculous. Duan Lingtian asked himself. If it were him, he would not believe it either when he heard that someone else had raised their Monarch stage profundity by 5 levels in 2 months. However, now that it had happened to him, he had no choice but to believe it. His strength had indeed undergone an earth-shattering change in these 2 months. With my current strength, I'm not afraid even if I encounter an ordinary 7th-level martial monarch powerhouse from the Yin Yang sect. However, I'm afraid I'm still no match for the peak master of Yang Peak. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave when he thought about this. The peak master of Yang Peak. A powerhouse who stood at the peak of a first-rate force, the Yin Yang sect, was not someone he could compare to. What's on his mind? Why is he in such a hurry to go to the Yin Yang sect? Feng Tianwu could clearly see Duan Lingtian's grave expression. Her heart skipped a beat, and her eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 figures soared into the sky and rushed to the Yin Yang sect. Yin Yang sect, Yang Peak. There was a vast stone platform halfway up the peak. A cluster of buildings stood on the stone platform. They were hidden behind the clouds, and it was difficult to see them clearly from the outside. The clouds dispersed occasionally, and the silhouettes of the buildings could be seen. They were independent mansions arranged neatly, and it was very comfortable to look at. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 2 silhouettes flew over from the horizon and landed on the buildings. In front of them was a graceful lady in white. The lady had a peerless appearance, but she seemed a little immature. This immaturity did not seem to fade away with the passage of time. However, the lady in white did not look good. Her face was gloomy, and she seemed to have a lot on her mind. Junior Sister Kerr, I'll definitely treat you well when you marry me. Behind the lady in white was a young man in a white robe embroidered with red flames. The young man was about 35 years old. There was a frivolous look on his face, and it was obvious that he was a good-for-nothing rich kid. At this moment, he was shamelessly chasing after the lady in white. After a while, he was only a foot away from the lady in white. Whoosh! At this moment, the lady in white raised her hand, and a 3-foot-long sword that was emitting a fierce aura appeared in her hand. Stay away from me. Otherwise, I'll kill you even if you're the son of the peak master of Yang Peak. At the same time, wisps of awe-inspiring sword intent rose from the lady in white. The heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred and finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Several thousands of lifelike silhouettes of ancient horned dragons wriggled down. The young man's face darkened, and he did not dare to get close to the lady in white. This was because he knew the lady in white was stronger than him, and it would not be difficult for her to kill him. *TSH. Let's see if you can still pretend to be a chaste lady after you marry me. The young man's eyes gleamed coldly as he swore in his heart. However, he was not worried that the lady in white would attack him because he still had her Achilles heel in his hands. That Achilles heel was also his trump card to force her to marry him. In another month, you'll be my woman, and you will be my pleasure under my crotch. Unless you want your good sister, Li Fei, to die. The young man looked at the lady in white with a lustful gleam in his eyes. He was even more pleased with himself. After a while, the lady in white landed in front of a mansion. As expected, she was stopped by an old man. Scram! The lady in white narrowed her eyes and shouted softly. Her voice was filled with anger. Young master. However, the old man did not pay attention to her. Instead, he bowed respectfully to the young man behind her. His tone was filled with humility. Take her to see Li Fei. The young man nodded faintly and said to the old man. Yes. The old man responded respectfully. Although he was a 3rd-level martial monarch stage elder of the Yin Yang sect, he did not dare to slight the young man in front of him. This was because the young man in front of him was the son of the peak master of Yang Peak. The peak master of Yang Peak had saved his life a few times. He was his savior. If the peak master of Yang Peak left the Yin Yang sect or even betrayed the sect, he he would follow suit without hesitation. In his heart, he had long regarded himself as the retainer of the Peak Master of Yang Peak. After a while, the old man brought the lady in white into the mansion. The young man stood outside the mansion. He was not worried that the lady in white would escape. He believed in the old man's strength. Besides, other than the old man just now, his father had also sent 2 other powerhouses to hide on both sides of the mansion. Therefore, he was not worried at all. She actually has a fiancé, and she's sharing a husband with Li Fei. When she becomes my woman, I'll definitely find a way to get information about that man from her. The young man snorted coldly and muttered word by word. If that man doesn't die, he'll be a thorn in my heart. If he dies, the thorn will be gone as well. As he muttered to himself, a cold, killing intent appeared in the young man's eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. In the mansion, the old man brought the lady in white to the front courtyard. The front courtyard was a huge garden filled with flowers and trees. There was a pavilion in the middle. In the pavilion, another lady in white sat cross-legged. Her aura seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. This lady in white also had a peerless appearance that could topple countries. However, compared to the young and inexperienced face of the white-clothed woman who had just entered, her face was filled with an enchanting charm that was enough to make any man's heart flutter. Sister Fair, the lady in white who had just entered, stood outside the pavilion and lightly called out. Suddenly, the lady in white within the pavilion opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes that were filled with charm flashed as slight surprise and excitement appeared on her beautiful face. Little Sister Kerr. After a short moment, the 2 white-clothed ladies moved in unison. They were like 2 white butterflies that pounced together, and they held each other's hands as they sized each other up. Little Sister Kerr, you've lost weight, the white-clothed and enchanting woman said with a pained expression. Big Sister Fair, you've lost weight as well. As she looked at the white-clothed lady before her, 2 streaks of tears had unknowingly appeared on Kerr's beautiful face that hadn't lost its youthfulness, and her delicate and pitiful appearance caused one to feel even more pained. Little Sister Kerr, don't cry. If Scoundrel were to know that you're like this, I wonder how much his heart would ache. Li Fei consoled with a light voice, but as she spoke, her beautiful eyes turned red as well. Big Sister Fair, I miss the young master so much. I wonder how the young master is now, and if he's still in the 7-Star Sword sect. Kerr's sobbing voice contained slight twitching, and a graceful violet-colored figure appeared within her mind, and it didn't disperse for a long time. Little Sister Kerr, there's only a month of time left. If Senior Sister still hasn't contacted the Peak Master and Master, I'm saying if. Are you ready? Li Fei's beautiful eyes flashed, and her face tensed up as she asked with a low voice, Big Sister Fair, there's no need to prepare. I'd rather die than let the young master down. Chapter 1146. I'll be with you. Li Fei smiled, but the smile on her face revealed a hint of desolation. Her biggest regret was not being able to see the scoundrel in her dreams before she died. However, when she thought about the beautiful past she had with the scoundrel, she felt that she had no more regrets in her life. In a daze, Li Fei recalled the past. That year, when she met the scoundrel for the first time at the Li family in Aurora City, the scoundrel looked at her fearlessly and left a terrible first impression on her. However, the more she got to know the scoundrel, the more she realized that the scoundrel was not as bad as she had imagined. Unknowingly, the scoundrel's figure began to appear in her heart, and it could not be erased. What I regret the most now is that I didn't leave with Peak Master Qinxiang. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been separated from the scoundrel for so many years and ended up in a life and death situation. Li Fei sighed faintly before she looked at Kerr and said apologetically, Sister Kerr, I'm sorry. I made the wrong choice back then. Sister Fair, don't say that. You didn't do anything wrong. That year, you chose to stay because you wanted to obtain better cultivation resources in the Yin-Yang sect so that you could raise your strength as soon as possible to help young master. Kerr shook her head and said, Kerr didn't regret leaving with you back then. It was something I should do for young master. Unfortunately, even if we've broken through to the martial monarch stage now, it's still useless. We're still fish on the chopping board that they can do whatever they want to us. When Kerr reached the end of her sentence, her tone was filled with helplessness. It was a deep helplessness that came from the bottom of her heart. Sister Kerr, it's been hard on you these past few months. Li Fei said with a heartache. If senior sister didn't ask me to wait, I wouldn't have survived and implicated you, Sister Fei. Kerr said with a slightly trembling voice. Silly girl, there's nothing to be implicated between us. I hate myself for being too weak and unable to help you. Li Fei shook her head. Who is it? Just as Li Fei and Kerr's words were filled with desolation, the expression of the old man who had been watching them from afar suddenly changed. At the same time, he looked up into the sky and roared. Whoosh! Following the old man's shout, an ear-piercing wind howled, accompanied by a white figure. In the blink of an eye, the figure landed in the front yard of the mansion. The white figure landed and revealed his true appearance. It was a woman dressed in white. She had a face that was exquisitely carved from jade. In terms of beauty, she was on par with Ku'er and Li Fei. However, unlike the two girls, this white-clothed woman's face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost all year round. She emitted a cold aura that kept people at a distance. Senior sister, Kerr and Li Fei, who were startled by the old man's shout, also saw the white-clothed woman descending from the sky. Their eyes suddenly lit up. This senior sister was their eldest senior sister, Yang Shui, who shared the same master as them. To them, in the Yin Yang sect, other than their master, this senior sister Shui was the only person they were familiar with. They were like sisters. Initially, when they were threatened by the peak master of Yang Peak, they wanted to die. However, this senior sister Shui stopped them. She said she was going to look for the peak master of Yin Peak, who was in closed-door cultivation, and their master to save them. That was why they chose to live temporarily. Now that they saw this senior sister Shui, they were a little stunned. Could it be that senior sister Shui had found their peak master of Yin Peak or their master? However, when they looked at the sky, they did not see a second figure. Let's go. Before Kerr and Li Fei could react, Yang Shui looked at them and shouted softly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Kerr and Li Fei trusted this senior sister Shui unconditionally. They did not even ask anything and immediately flew out. When they arrived near their senior sister Shui, they both stepped into the air. Whoosh! Yang Shui followed them and stepped into the air. Yang Shui, how dare you ruin my plan? Stop them! Yang Shui made a huge commotion when she arrived. It had also alerted the son of the peak master of Yang Peak, who was guarding outside the mansion. At once, he rushed in and saw the scene before him. He shouted in exasperation. Yes. As he shouted, the old man who brought Kerr in earlier flew out like a cannonball toward Yang Shui, Kerr, and Li Fei. Stay. Seeing the three women were getting closer, the old man shouted and made his move. Just as the old man made his move, two more figures shot out from the shadows on both sides of the mansion. Similar to the old man, their target was the three women. It was obvious they were on the old man's side. Including the old man, the three of them attacked Yang Shui, Kerr, and Li Fei who were trying to escape. Oomph! A cold snort reverberated in the air. It was accompanied by palm prints that blotted out the sky as though it was raining palm prints. It was Yang Shui who snorted. Her white robe fluttered in the wind. A pair of spirit weapon gloves appeared on her fair wrists from under her sleeves. She launched a thunderous attack at the three people who were chasing after them. Inescapable net palm. This martial skill was a famous heaven-rank advanced offensive martial skill in Yin Peak. It was also the most powerful palm technique in the Yin Yang sect. When it was cast by Yang Shui, it seemed to carry a peerless might. Boom, 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 boom. The palm prints that blotted out the sky fell, causing the three people who were chasing after them to be in a sorry state. The three of them took out their spirit weapons and used all their techniques. Only then did they manage to defeat the palm prints that swept across the sky. Subsequently, their eyes gleamed coldly as they locked their gaze on Yang Shui, the strongest person among the younger generation in Yin Peak. Today, I'd like to witness your strength. The old man shouted and was the first to attack Yang Shui. How dare someone from Yin Peak act so presumptuously in our Yang Peak? You're courting death. The other two people whose strength was not inferior to the old man also charged towards Yang Shui with him. Senior sister, watch out. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Ke and Li Fei. They immediately took out their spirit weapons from their spatial rings, wanting to help Yang Shui deal with the three people in front of them. Both of you go first. I can handle them. Yang Shui immediately stopped Ke and Li Fei and reminded them softly. The moment her words left her mouth, she made her move again. Her white robe fluttered as she charged towards the three people who were charging towards her. The three of them were third-level martial monarch stage martial artists. The three third-level martial monarch stage martial artists were on par with each other in terms of strength. They had comprehended one third-level monarch stage profundity and two ninth-level void transformation concepts. The spirit weapons in their hands were grade 2 spirit weapons. The three of them made their move. Each of them mobilized the heaven and earth energy to form an ancient black dragon silhouette and more than 3,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Their aura was majestic as they charged towards Yang Shui. Ke and Li Fei, who were stopped by Yang Shui, did not leave. Today's incident was all because of them. If something happened to their senior sister because of this, they would regret it for the rest of their lives and would never be able to rest in peace. Senior sister. Now, when they saw the 3LV3 martial royal realm martial artists attacking Yang Shui together with all their strength, their faces changed greatly and they shouted in panic. As far as they knew, their senior sister was only at the third-level martial monarch stage. The profundity and concept that she had comprehended were not much stronger than the three of them. In their opinion, faced with the three of them joining forces, their senior sister was most likely doomed. The two of them did not dare to hesitate. They hurriedly made their move to stop the three people who were attacking their senior sister. Even if they could only stop one of them, they could still share the burden with their senior sister. At this moment, they had completely disregarded their own lives. There was only one thought in their minds. Nothing must happen to senior sister. However, soon after, their bodies came to a halt in mid-air. Disbelief appeared on their beautiful faces immediately before it was replaced by surprise. Faced with the three third-level martial monarch stage martial artists joining forces, Yang Shui charged forward fearlessly. Boom! Yang Shui raised her hand and slammed her palm down. Vast energy surged out and gathered into a palm print that was the size of a small hill. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Yang Shui's head had another 4,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They were lifelike as they wriggled down in a majestic manner. Senior sister, has she broken through? Ke and Li Fei's beautiful faces were filled with excitement. It was as though they had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. The strength of an ancient black dragon and 7,000 ancient horned dragons poured out without any reservation. It transformed into a giant palm print that slammed down on the three of them. Ch*T. She hit her strength earlier. Damn it. The three people who were charging toward Yang Shui immediately turned pale. Fear filled their eyes, and their voices were filled with urgency. Run. The same thought appeared in their minds at the first moment. However, before they could carry out their thoughts, the giant palm print had already slammed down on their heads. The strength of an ancient black dragon and 7,000 ancient horned dragons completely shrouded them. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the three people who were charging toward Yang Shui in a ferocious manner turned into ashes and disappeared from this world. Yang Shui, how dare you kill my father's men? At this moment, the son of the peak master of Yang Peak, the good-for-nothing rich kid, also rose into the air. His face was extremely grave when he saw the three of them were killed by Yang Shui. However, Yang Shui ignored him. She turned around and looked at Ke and Li Fei. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, two waves of gentle energy extended out from her raised hands and shrouded Ke and Li Fei, surrounding them tightly. Just when she was about to leave with Ke and Li Fei, a voice suddenly rang out. Yang Shui, how dare you? A thunderous shout seemed to come from all directions, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Horror dawned on Yang Shui when she heard the voice. She was not the only one. Ke and Li Fei's expressions changed as well. Father! On the other hand, the good-for-nothing rich kid's eyes lit up as though he had seen his savior. He was extremely excited. There was only one person who could be called father by him. Chapter 1147. Whoosh. As if a gust of wind had blown past, a sturdy middle-aged man in a fiery red robe blocked Yang Shui and the other two girls' path. The sturdy middle-aged man had a curly beard on his face. His grayish-white hair fluttered behind Feng Qingyang like a grayish-white flame that was constantly rising and dancing. He had a pair of tiger-like eyebrows that exuded an imposing aura. The pair of eyes under his tiger-like eyebrows stared calmly at the three girls before him as if he did not care about them at all. Father. At this moment, the good-for-nothing rich kid who followed Kerr here earlier also flew to the sturdy middle-aged man, Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect. Fair. Looking at the young man next to him, Yang Hong's eyes were filled with tender affection. This was his son, his only son, Yang Fei. Father, I want to marry her today. Yang Fei pointed at Kerr with a lecherous gleam in his eyes. I don't want to wait any longer. Don't worry. Yang Hong smiled dotingly. I'll let you marry her today. You must work hard so that I can hold my eldest grandson soon.
Yes.
Yang Fei nodded excitedly after receiving Yang Hong's promise. On the other hand, Kerr's eyes flashed coldly when she heard Yang Hong and his son's words. She said in a determined tone, I'd rather die than let my young master down. You can give up on that idea. If you don't marry him, I'll ask my father to kill Li Fei. Yang Fei grinned and looked at Li Fei immediately as if he was sure he would win. Li Fei's beautiful face darkened slightly as a cold killing intent flashed in her eyes. It was a killing intent that could not wait to tear Yang Fei into pieces. She ignored Yang Fei. She had already made up her mind. She would rather die than let anyone use her to threaten Sister Kerr. Peak Master Yang Hong. At this moment, Yang Shui spoke. She looked at Yang Hong with an even colder expression as she said in a deep voice, Aren't you afraid that the Peak Master of Yin Peak and our Master will come after you when they come out from their closed-door cultivation? Ha 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 ha. The moment Yang Shui's words left her mouth, Yang Hong burst out laughing. His laughter was filled with recklessness and arrogance. You're talking about the Peak Master of Yin Peak and your master? Do you think that the reason why you can't contact them after breaking into the forbidden area so many times is because they didn't hear your call? Naive. Yang Hong glanced at Yang Shui disdainfully. On the second day of their closed-door cultivation, I've already paid them a visit in the forbidden area of Yin Peak. I have to say, they're pretty strong. Even though they're severely injured, they can still last more than 30 moves against me when they join forces. I still remember that before your master died, he had knelt on the ground and begged me to spare you. Now that I think about it, that scene was really tragic. As he spoke, Yang Hong chuckled. Master! As soon as Yang Hong's voice fell, the faces of Yang Shui, Kerr, and Li Fei changed greatly, and they all cried out in grief, tears falling like rain. Their master was dead? Killed by Yang Hong? Their master, before dying, was still concerned about their safety? For a moment, their hearts began to tremble violently. The scenes of them interacting with their master in the past were still vivid in their minds. Why did you do that? Li Fei's eyes seemed to be dyed red. She stared at Yang Hong with hatred as she asked in a cold voice. Yang Shui and Kerr were also looking at Yang Hong with hatred. Why did I do that? Yang Hong smiled brightly. Good question. In the Yin Yang sect, Yin Peak and Yang Peak coexisted for thousands of years. However, in the past few hundred years, when people talk about the Yin Yang sect, they would not mention the sect leader. They would only mention the Peak Master of Yin Peak and Peak Master of Yang Peak. This is because there hasn't been a sect leader in the Yin Yang sect for hundreds of years. However, it's different now. Now that the Peak Master of Yin Peak is dead, nobody can stand shoulder to shoulder with me anymore. I'll become the first sect leader of the Yin Yang sect in hundreds of years. When Yang Hong reached the end of his sentence, joy appeared on his face, and a hint of madness could be seen in his eyes. Kerr, Feier, I'll freeze Yang Hong when he's not on guard. Run as fast as you can. Before he breaks free from the ice seal that I cast on him, leave Yang Peak and hide. Yang Shui's eyes narrowed as though she had made up her mind. She sent a voice transmission to Kerr and Li Fei's ears. Ice seal. Senior sister, let's go together. Senior sister, I won't leave you behind. Upon hearing Yang Shue's voice transmission, horror dawned on Kerr and Li Fei. Naturally, they knew what their senior sister Yang Shue's ice seal was. It was the innate ability that Yang Shue possessed as a variant. She could freeze an area and bind everyone in that area in a short time. However, if their senior sister wanted to bind a powerhouse like Yang Hong, she would have to exhaust her vitality to cast her innate ability, Ice Seal, to bind him. In other words, their senior sister wanted to use her life to pave a way for them to escape. When Yang Hong and his son saw the horror on Kerr and Li Fei's faces, they thought they were afraid of them. Therefore, they did not pay much attention to it. Kerr, Fei, listen up. If the two of you don't leave, we'll die here today. If that's the case, nobody will be able to avenge Master. Yang Shue sent a voice transmission again. Her tone was stern. Both of you must leave and live well. With your innate talents, you'll be able to avenge Master and me in the future as long as you're alive. When they heard Yang Shue's voice transmission, Kerr and Li Fei went silent for a moment. It was their first time hearing their senior sister speak to them so sternly. However, they knew what their senior sister said made sense. Even if it was not for themselves, they had to live for their master and senior sister. For a moment, Kerr and Li Fei exchanged glances. They could see sadness and determination in each other's eyes. Let's go. A cold shout suddenly resonated in the air. It was like a clap of thunder that entered Kerr and Li Fei's ears. Kerr and Li Fei, who were prepared, immediately flew out. It was as though they had transformed into two bolts of lightning as they descended from the sky and headed to the other side of Yang Peak. As long as they passed through there, they would be able to hide in the vast mountain ridge with complicated terrain. Once they hid in the mountain ridge, they would have a high chance of surviving. Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak, was also shocked by Yang Shue's shout. His face turned grave when he saw the two beautiful figures fleeing into the distance. Father, catch them. Yang Fei also regained his senses and urged his father. However, just as Yang Hong, who was about to chase after Kerr and Li Fei, was about to move, he discovered an extremely cold aura that enveloped him and his son from all directions. At this moment, the air in the surroundings seemed to be frozen. He could feel the coldness piercing his body as though it was trying to freeze him into an ice sculpture. Fei, Yang Hong did not care about the coldness that pierced into his body. He even lifted his hand and expelled the coldness that pierced into his son's body. Yang Shue, I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength so well. You've even comprehended the ice profundity. Yang Hong held his son with one hand and lifted his other hand. As he looked at Yang Shue coldly, he was about to strike with his palm to kill Yang Shue before he chased after the two women who were fleeing. However, his expression changed again soon after. This was because he noticed the coldness in the surroundings was getting stronger and stronger. In just a blink of an eye, it had transformed into a thick layer of ice that covered him and his son. Boom! The palm strike that he struck out in a moment of desperation only left an inconspicuous crack on the ice. Blurg. Soon after, he saw Yang Shue's expression change as she spat out a mouthful of blood when his palm landed on the ice. Following that, Yang Shue, who was as pale as a sheet, stood in the air with a determined expression on her face. Her body was shaking as though she was struggling to hold on to something. Moments later, Yang Shue's long black hair began to turn white bit by bit. At this speed, it would not take long before her black hair turned white. Her hair turned white in an instant. Father, hurry up. They're escaping. At this moment, Yang Fei saw the two silhouettes that were escaping were about to disappear into the other side of Yang Peak. His expression changed as he urged his father with an anxious expression. She's draining her life force. This isn't the ice profundity. This is an innate ability. Soon after, Yang Hong regained his senses. Horror dawned on him. Yang Shue is really a variant. In the past, although he had heard that Yang Shue was a variant, he was not certain since he had never seen Yang Shue cast her innate ability. However, today, he finally witnessed Yang Shue's innate ability. Moreover, it was an innate ability that was draining her life force. A fiery red saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. The saber ray on the saber shone brightly. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to break the thick ice around him. He wanted to break the ice and chase after the two women who were escaping. Whoosh! The saber ray on his saber shone brightly. It was as though he had transformed into a saber. He slashed his saber at the ice around him as though he had the help of God. Boom! At this moment, a ferocious crack appeared on the ice. The crack continued to spread until it finally slowed down and stopped. How's this possible? Horror dawned on Yang Hong's face when he saw his saber could not break the ice around him. Father, they're escaping. They're escaping. Quick, quick. At this moment, horror dawned on Yang Fei's face when he saw the two beautiful figures disappearing into the other side of Yang Peak. He continued to urge his father, I'd like to see how many more saber strikes you can take. Soon after, Yang Hong saw Yang Shui standing in the air outside the ice and spitting out blood. Her hair was almost completely white. At this moment, a cold gleam shot out from his eyes as he continued to slash the saber in his hand. Being restrained by a fourth-level Monarch martial artist was a great humiliation to him. This humiliation could only be washed away with blood. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 1148. Barf. As soon as the ice broke, Yang Shui, whose black hair had turned white, opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was on the verge of collapsing. Yang Shui's beautiful face was as pale as a sheet, but there was a faint smile on her face. She had succeeded. She had bought time for her two junior sisters to escape. Feier, both of you must survive. Yang Shui mumbled. Oomph. Accompanied by a cold snort, the saber ray pierced through the air and headed straight for Yang Shui. Before she could react, it had penetrated her body. Yang Shui died and fell from the sky. Father, go after those two bitches. Don't let them escape. Yang Fei urged Yang Hong. All right. Yang Hong nodded and put away the saber in his hand. He was ready to bring his son to chase after the two Peak female disciples. Although he had wasted some time, he believed the two female disciples had not gone far. He was confident he could catch up to them if he went after them now. Whoosh! At once, Yang Hong brought Yang Fei along and flew in the direction where and Li Fei escaped. Peak Master of Yang Peak, get out here. Just as Yang Hong was about to leave with Yang Fei, a thunderous voice reverberated in the sky. It spread throughout the entire Yang Peak, causing a commotion in Yang Peak. Who's that? How dare he? Many Yang Peak's elders and disciples immediately left their residences and looked up at the sky. Whoosh! Just as many of them were looking up at the sky, they heard an ear-piercing sword whistle coming from the sky. Soon after, they clearly saw a gigantic five-colored sword ray appearing behind the clouds. The five-colored sword ray descended from the sky, and its target was Yang Peak. It was menacing. T. Many of them had a bad feeling, and their faces changed drastically. Boom. Finally, the five-colored sword ray that appeared from the sky landed on the peak of Yang Peak. At once, the entire Yang Peak trembled. The ground and mountains shook as though there was an earthquake. Boom, 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 boom. Rocks continued to fall from Yang Peak. Many people were injured by the falling rocks as they shrieked in agony. Naturally, many of them flew away from Yang Peak. Boom. Soon after, another deafening explosion reverberated in the air. It was the gigantic five-colored sword ray that pierced through Yang Peak's mountain, causing the scorching magma accumulated inside to spurt out. Rolling magma gushed out from the cracked Yang Peak and scattered in all directions as if it was raining fire. At this moment, the Yang Peak that was originally an inactive volcano had become an active volcano. It's over. Yang Peak is finished. Many of Yang Peak's disciples who were hovering in the air far away had despair in their eyes when they saw Yang Peak covered in lava in just a blink of an eye. Who is it? He actually destroyed our Yang Peak. No matter who he is, he's not someone we can go against. Now, we can only hope that the Peak Master, the two Vice Peak Masters, and the Guardian Elder can seek justice for our Yang Peak. Destroying our Yang peak is equivalent to offending the entire Yin Yang sect. No matter who it is, they have to pay the price. Many of the Yang peak's disciples growled in anger. Their cultivation ground was completely destroyed after the eruption of the volcano. Who's that? Initially, Yang Hong did not care when he heard someone telling him to get lost. He continued to bring his son in the direction where the two Yin Peak's female disciples fled. However, a sword howl, an earth-shattering explosion, and waves of heart-wrenching screams came from behind him, causing him to be unable to help but have an ominous feeling. When he turned around instinctively, he realized that the Yang Peak that he had lived in for most of his life had turned into a sea of fire. Scorching magma gushed out continuously from the top of Yang Peak, causing the entire Yang Peak to look like it was raining fire. Father, what's going on? Yang Fei was completely stunned by the scene before his eyes. Who's that? How dare you destroy my Yang Peak? Yang Hong was enraged. He was completely enraged. He was the peak master of Yang Peak, and he would soon become the sect leader of Yin Yang sect. How could he bear to watch the sect that he was about to control being destroyed like this? Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Yang Hong let go of Yang Fei and soared into the sky alone. It was as though he had transformed into a saber that soared into the sky. I don't care who you are. I'll tear you into pieces for destroying my Yang Peak. Yang Hong gritted his teeth as he made his way there. It seems that I can only wait for father to kill that person before I can look for those two bitches. Yang Fei glanced at the mountain ridge with a complicated terrain beneath his feet unwillingly. He then soared into the sky as well and flew in the direction where Yang Hong left. He wanted to join in the fun as well. I'd like to see who that person is. Not only did he provoke my father, but he even dares to destroy Yang Peak. He's going to die today for being an enemy of our Yin Yang sect. A cold gleam flashed across Yang Fei's eyes as he muttered to himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures appeared one after another on the top of Yang Peak, where magma was gushing out continuously. They were two old men and a middle-aged man. At this moment, anger could be seen on their faces. Whoosh. Soon, Yang Hong arrived at the top of Yang Peak.
Peak Master.
One of the old men and the middle-aged man took the initiative to greet Yang Hong when they saw him. They were the vice peak masters of Yang Peak. In terms of status and strength, they were below the peak master in front of them. As for the remaining old man, he was the guardian elder of Yang Peak. In terms of strength, he was on par with Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak. In terms of seniority, he was one generation above Yang Hong. Junior uncle. Yang Hong nodded at the two vice peak masters before he looked at the Yang Peak guardian elder. The latter nodded faintly. At the same time, he raised his eyebrows and his face turned solemn. He seemed to have noticed something as he lifted his head to look at the sky in front of him. Yang Hong and the other two vice peak masters of Yang Peak looked over as well. In the distance, four figures appeared in front of them. The four of them were led by a purple-clad young man and a red-clad lady. The purple-clad young man walked in front. There was a hint of coldness between his brows. His eyes gleamed coldly as if he was about to devour someone. The purple-clad young man looked very young. He was at most 25 years old. The red-clad lady next to the purple-clad young man had an extremely beautiful face. However, her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. She emitted a cold aura that kept people at a distance. The red-clad lady seemed to be in her early 20s. She was even younger than the purple-clad young man. Behind the purple-clad young man and the red-clad lady was a middle-aged man in a plain robe and a tall old man in a golden robe. Who are you? Were you the ones who destroyed our Yang Peak with the sword? Yang Hong asked in a deep voice as he looked at the four people in front of him. His eyes gleamed brightly. Just when the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak and the guardian elder were looking at the four people, wondering how they would respond, a voice suddenly rang out. However, they realized the four people did not respond to the peak masters of Yang Peak. Junior uncle, vice peak masters. At this moment, Yang Hong's son, Yang Fei, caught up to them and stood next to Yang Hong. He looked at the Yang Peak's guardian elder and the two vice peak masters and bowed slightly. The anger that appeared on the three vice-peak masters' faces toward the four people vanished immediately. It was replaced by smiles. "Father, who are they?" Soon after, Yang Fei frowned as he looked at the four people who were walking toward them. He asked Yang Hong who was next to him. However, his eyes lit up when he saw the red-clad lady in the lead. "What a beautiful lady! I feel like she's on par with Ke, Li Fei, and Yang Shui. Who's the peak master of Yang Peak?" The purple-clad young man who was the leader of the four people finally spoke. His voice resonated in the air. As soon as his voice entered the ears of Yang Hong and the other four, their expressions changed and a chill appeared on their faces. This was because they recognized the voice. This voice belonged to the same person as the arrogant voice from before. "Were you the one who asked me to come out earlier?" Yang Hong looked at the purple-clad young man and asked with a solemn expression. The purple-clad young man and the others were Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug, who had rushed all the way from the Berserk Mongrel Rodent Clan's branch. They had just arrived at the Yin Yang sect. As soon as they found out about the location of Yang Peak, they immediately rushed over. When they arrived at the top of Yang Peak, Duan Lingtian finally vented the anger that he had been suppressing for a long time when he thought about his two fiancées who were in deep trouble. Other than yelling at the peak master of Yang Peak to come out, he also merged his fused profundity and sword profundity with his origin energy to form a gigantic five-colored sword ray that pierced through Yang Peak from top to bottom. It caused Yang Peak's volcano to erupt and turn into a sea of fire. "You're the peak master of Yang Peak?" Upon hearing Yang Hong's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "You're the one who used my fiancés as a hostage to force my other fiancés to marry your son?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, waves of terrifying killing intent exuded from his body. "Your fiancés?" Yang Hong frowned. He could not react in time. "You're the fiancés of those two sluts?" Yang Fei reacted immediately. He studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. There was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. "So, those two sluts like a pretty boy like you." In Yang Fei's eyes, the purple-clad young man standing in front of him was not only handsome, but his temperament was extraordinary as well. It made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. Therefore, he could only attack and belittle him with his words. "Sluts?" Almost as soon as Yang Fei's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Five-colored sword-shaped flames burst out of his body and emitted a majestic and vast aura. Whoosh! Subsequently, Yang Hong and the three high-ranking officials of Yang Peak heard a short-lived sword whistle. In the next moment, smack! Chapter 1149. When the four of them turned their heads around, they instantly saw blood splattering everywhere. One of Yang Fei's arms was severed at the shoulder. His severed arm fell from his body and fell from the sky. Yang Fei continued to scream in pain and agony. Whoosh! Yang Hong's face darkened. He no longer dared to hesitate. With a raise of his hand, an invisible energy swept out and grabbed his son's severed arm. Then, he moved his severed arm toward his son's severed arm at lightning speed. He wanted to connect his son's severed arm. Whoosh! Another short-lived sword cry resonated in the air. Yang Hong and the others did not manage to react in time. Crack! Oomph! It was the sound of something breaking again. It was accompanied by a cold snort. Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak, had his arm severed at the shoulder that was holding his son's severed arm. Before he could connect his son's severed arm, his own arm was severed as well. The two severed arms fell from the sky and fell into the scorching lava that was gushing out of Yang Peak in just a blink of an eye. They were burned into ashes. During this process, Yang Hong and the others did not dare to make any moves. The reason why they were so honest was because of one person's words. Whoever dares to connect their severed arms will have their arms severed as well. His cold and sinister words entered the ears of Yang Hong and the others, causing a chill to rise from the bottom of their hearts. However, they did not dare to doubt the words of the person. "You, who are you?" Yang Hong stopped the blood from gushing out of his severed arm. His face was pale as he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him. Fear and shock could be seen in his eyes. The Guardian Elder and the two Peak Masters of Yang Peak were also looking at the purple-clad young man in front of them with a solemn expression. The two consecutive sword strikes earlier were from this purple-clad young man. It was so fast that they did not even have time to react. From this, they could deduce that this purple-clothed youth's strength was not inferior to theirs, and might even be stronger. After Yang Fei stopped the blood from flowing out, he kept his mouth shut. Although he was furious, he knew he could not afford to offend Kerr and Li Fei's fiancé. How can the fiancé of those two bitches be so strong? Yang Fei roared furiously in his heart, filled with unwillingness. In terms of appearance and bearing, he was crushed by the other party, and it made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. Now that he realized that the other party's strength far surpassed his, there was only unwillingness in his heart. He looks even younger than me. How can he have such a strong cultivation? Demon. He must be a demon that has lived for over 100 years. In the end, Yang Fei started to comfort herself. Those two bitches are really bitches. She actually found a demon that has lived for more than 100 years to be her fiancé. I want to see Kerr and Li Fei, the five-colored sword light on Duan Lingtian's body, as well as the power of heaven and earth that had yet to condense into the heaven and earth anomaly above his head, had already dissipated. He stared coldly at Yang Hong as he spoke. His gaze seemed calm, but it was actually filled with killing intent. It gave people a feeling of great pressure, as if a huge rock was pressing down on them. If I don't see them in 30 breaths of time, your son will definitely die. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he directly threatened Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak. You still haven't answered me. Who are you? When had Yang Hong ever been threatened like this? His face turned grave immediately. The origin energy on his body transformed into a milky white flame before it turned into a fiery red flame. Thick bolts of purple lightning danced around the fiery red flames. Whoosh! As the saber energy flashed, the purple lightning bolts around Yang Hong's body transformed into a gigantic saber flame in just a blink of an eye. It was as if it could pierce through the boundless sky. Fire profundity, thunder profundity, saber profundity. At the same time, a fiery red saber appeared in Yang Hong's hand. The heaven and earth energy above his head stirred and quickly condensed into the heaven and earth anomaly. Silhouettes of ancient black dragons gradually appeared. They covered the sky and the sun, and their aura was majestic. Soon after, 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared at the same time. They made the silhouettes of hundreds of ancient horned dragons that appeared with them look insignificant, as if they were dispensable. 8th level Martial Monarch Stage. Grade 1 Spirit Saber. 8th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity. 5th level Monarch Stage Saber Profundity. 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity. This was Yang Hong's full strength. Once he unleashed his full strength, he could unleash the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and close to 1,000 ancient horned dragons. I've told you that I'm Kerr and Li Fei's fiancé. I don't want to repeat myself for the 3rd time. Also, you have 25 breaths time left. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he faced Yang Hong, who had 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and close to 1,000 ancient horned dragons. He said nonchalantly, "If I still see them after 25 breaths time, you'll have to collect your son's dead body. Let's see if you're capable of that." Yang Hong, who was initially enraged by Duan Lingtian's threat, could no longer hold himself back after being threatened twice by Duan Lingtian. He roared and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian's 2 slashes seemed so fast to him that he did not even have time to react, he was comforting himself. It was because he did not put his attention on his opponent and was not prepared. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to take on his opponent's 2 slashes. Whoosh! Yang Hong shot out at an extremely fast speed. As he shook the saber in his hand, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gigantic flaming saber that was surrounded by thick purple lightning bolts. The gigantic flaming saber released a scorching aura as it shot through the air. Airwaves rolled and turned into a scorching wind that swept in all directions. For a moment, Everyone present felt a hot wind blowing against their faces, as if they were in a furnace. Die. Seeing that the gigantic flaming saber that was slashing down was not far away from Duan Lingtian's head, Yang Hong's ruthless voice was heard. Boom. At the same time, the flames on the gigantic flaming saber soared again. The thick purple lightning bolts around it grew thicker as a terrifying aura swept out. Whoosh! The increase in strength on the gigantic flaming saber caused its speed and power to reach its peak. It whistled as it slashed down toward Duan Lingtian. It was going to slash Duan Lingtian into half. At that moment, the people present held their breaths. Die! Die! Yang Fei's eyes were filled with madness. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man who severed his arm would definitely be slashed into half after his father slashed his saber. Unlike Yang Hong and his son who had lost their minds, the Yang Peak's guardian elder and the other two vice peak masters frowned. They had a bad feeling about this. On the other hand, the red-clad lady next to Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, was standing quietly. Her expression did not change as she faced the saber that was slashing toward Duan Lingtian next to her. It was as if she did not notice it at all. As for Xiong Quan and Gold Thug behind Duan Lingtian, they looked calm as well. Just like Feng Tianwu, they were confident in Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The gigantic flaming saber slashed down toward Duan Lingtian's head, along with a scorching aura. It made Duan Lingtian feel like he was in a sea of fire. Duan Lingtian still did not move when the gigantic flaming saber was inches away from him. However, the energy in his body rose and transformed into 3 5-colored divine dragons in just a blink of an eye. The 3 5-colored divine dragons were surrounded by solid sword energy. Every time they flew around Duan Lingtian's body, they were like sharp swords slicing through the air. Their speed was extremely fast. The 3 5-colored divine dragons formed a light shield around Duan Lingtian's body as they passed by. A 5-colored light shield protected Duan Lingtian. Boom! At that moment, the gigantic flaming saber slashed down and landed on the light shield around Duan Lingtian's body. In an instant, the light shield shuddered. Every time the energy from the gigantic flaming saber erupted, the 5-colored light shield would weaken slightly. However, even when the gigantic flaming saber had almost exhausted its energy, the 5-colored light shield was still intact. How's this possible? Yang Hong, who was in the middle of the gigantic flaming saber, was horrified. Nothing's impossible. As though he was replying to Yang Hong, Duan Lingtian spoke nonchalantly. Subsequently, his hand shot out at lightning speed and grabbed the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in Yang Hong's hand. He was not afraid of the energy on it as he snatched it from Yang Hong's hand. In an instant, Yang Hong's expression changed again. How could he snatch the saber from him with his bare hands? One should know that his saber contained the energy of 4 ancient black dragons and close to 1,000 ancient horn dragons. At that moment, Yang Hong seemed to have sensed something. He lifted his head and looked at the void above the purple-clad young man's head. The heaven and earth phenomenon had already taken shape. A moment later, 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons entered his sight, causing his face to turn extremely pale. Without using a spirit weapon, his strength was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons. It was more than 2,000 ancient horned dragons' strength compared to when he used a Grade 1 Spirit Saber. At that moment, Yang Hong realized the gap between him and the purple-clad young man before him. It was a huge gap. Who the hell is he? The Yang Peak's guardian elder and the other 2 Yang Peak's vice peak masters were horrified. Although they were mentally prepared, they did not expect the purple-clad young man's strength to surpass Yang Hong's when he used a Grade 1 spirit weapon without using a spirit weapon. How's this possible? Yang Fei's face turned pale when he saw the scene before him. His eyes narrowed as he could not believe what he was seeing was real. Whoosh! At that moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. He shook the Grade 1 spirit saber that he snatched from Yang Hong's hand and slashed it at Yang Hong. When the saber landed on Yang Hong's body, the powerful force sent him flying like an arrow that was released from a bow. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying for 100 meters. Barf! Barf! At that moment, Yang Hong spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was extremely pale. You still have 20 breaths left. Chapter 1150. Father. Yang Fei's expression changed drastically when he saw his father being injured to such an extent. His face darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred and said sternly, "They're no longer in Yang Peak. Go look for them yourself if you want to." No longer in Yang Peak? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not believe Yang Fei's words. The killing intent in his eyes was piercingly cold. As he lifted his arm, a vast and invisible energy surged out and shrouded Yang Fei, dragging him in front of him. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and made a strangling motion. Yang Fei, on the other hand, seemed to be hanging in the air not far away. Duan Lingtian did not touch him, but he seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand. His face was red, and it was obvious that he was in extreme pain. What are you doing? Yang Fei struggled for a long time before he managed to squeeze out a sentence. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Duan Lingtian, as though he was facing a judge who could decide his fate. Fair. Yang Hong's expression changed drastically when he saw his son in Duan Lingtian's hands from afar. Barf. However, before he could catch his breath, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapsing. He only recovered slightly when he took out a healing medicinal pill and consumed it. As for the Yang Peak's guardian elder and the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak, they stayed where they were. They did not dare to move at all. Among the three of them, the guardian elder was the most powerful. However, the guardian elder's strength was only on par with Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak. However, the purple-clad young man in front of them could not even touch the corner of Yang Hong's clothes when he unleashed his full strength. He could even unleash a force that was more powerful than Yang Hong when he fought barehanded. How terrifying would such a person be if he used a spirit weapon? They did not dare to imagine. No, even if he did not use a spirit weapon, his strength was enough to wipe out Yang Peak and the entire Yin Yang sect. If they went up now, only death would await them. 15 breaths left. Duan Lingtian extended an invisible force from his hand and turned it into an invisible hand that grabbed Yang Fei's neck. At the same time, he spoke in a cold voice. Now, he was certain. The young man before him was none other than the son of the peak master of Yang Peak, who was going to marry Kerr a month later. If not for the fact that the other party was still of use to him, he would have killed him long ago. He even wanted to lay his hands on his woman? Even 100 deaths wouldn't be enough for such a person. Peak master of Yang Peak, you must make good use of your time. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. His gaze was as cold as a knife as it landed on Yang Hong as he spoke calmly. Although his tone was calm, it contained a bone-chilling coldness, causing Yang Hong to shiver for no reason. They've already escaped, Yang Hong said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian after taking a deep breath. Escaped? Duan Lingtian's face darkened slightly. What do you mean? Before you came, I was restrained by their senior sister, Yang Shui, with her innate ability. They took the opportunity to escape to the other side of Yang Peak. We were just about to chase after them when you came. Yang Hong suppressed his anger and pointed at the other side of Yang Peak. Although it was a forest with a complicated terrain, it was not the direction where Kerr and Li Fei had escaped. He purposely pointed in the wrong direction to mislead Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that Yang Hong was misleading him. What evidence do you have to prove that they've escaped? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Yang Shui's body is on that tree. Yang Hong pointed at a big tree on the side of Yang Peak's peak. Currently, the big tree was completely surrounded by rolling magma. It was shaking under the impact of the magma. Perhaps, it would not take long before the big tree was uprooted by the rolling magma. Gold thug, Duan Lingtian said calmly. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Gold Thug, who was standing behind him, moved. He seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside the big tree. How fast! Gold Thug's speed shocked the 4 Yang Peak's high-ranking officials, including Yang Hong. Although the golden-robed old man's speed was not as fast as theirs, it was not much slower. He was at least on the 6th-level martial monarch stage. However, such a person was only the purple-clad young man's follower. Whoosh! A moment later, Gold Thug appeared in front of Duan Lingtian again. This time, there was a blood-drenched white-clad lady in his arms. She had lost all signs of life. The white-clad lady had long white hair that was whiter than snow. Under the white hair was an extremely beautiful face. Apart from being pale and bloodless, there was also a hint of coldness. It's really Yang Shui. She's dead? Peak Master, you killed Yang Shui? The two vice peak masters of Yang Peak recognized the white-haired lady. Their expressions changed slightly. Yang Shui was the most outstanding disciple among the younger generation of Yin Peak. If the Peak Master of Yin Peak and the two Vice Peak Masters of Yin Peak found out that their Peak Master of Yang Peak had killed Yang Shui, they would definitely not let the matter rest. Upon hearing this, Yang Hong glared at the two of them as though he was blaming them for being nosy. Master.
Gold Thug looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head.
She's hopeless. Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand that was restraining Yang Fei with an invisible force and flew to the front of Gold Thug. He began to check on the white-clad lady in Gold Thug's arms. Soon, he discovered that it was just as Gold Thug had said. The lady was hopeless. She's Kerr and Li Fei's senior sister? The Shuier that Peak Master Qin Xiang mentioned? Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself as though he suddenly recalled something. Master, I can smell the scents of two women who came in contact with her. They're heading that way. The scents are faint, so they must have left for a while. Soon after, Gold Thug's nose twitched as he pointed to the other side of Yang Peak. The moment Gold Thug's words left his mouth, Yang Hong and his son looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. How did he smell it? Is he a dog? The direction Gold Thug was pointing at was the direction where Kerr and Li Fei had left. Yang Hong's face was extremely gloomy when he regained his senses. If he had known that the purple-clad young man had such a sensitive nose with him, he would not have deliberately pointed in the wrong direction to mislead the purple-clad young man. 2 cents? It must be the two ladies. Gold Thug, hand her over to Xiong Quan. You bring them back. If you can't find their scents, shout my name and tell them that I'm here. They'll follow you. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he ordered. As he spoke, there was a hint of urgency in his tone. Although he was anxious, he did not lose his mind. He believed that Gold Thug would be more effective than anyone else chasing after the two ladies. After all, Gold Thug was a golden hellhound with a sensitive nose. Yes, Master. Gold Thug answered respectfully. He then passed the dead Yang Shui to Xiong Quan. He then followed the two scents and flew far away like a bolt of lightning piercing through the sky. Whoosh! At this moment, a whistling sound entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Yang Hong escaping with Yang Fei. As for the other 3 Yang Peak high-ranking officials, they did not move. They knew they might not be able to escape even if they wanted to. Moreover, if they escaped, they might anger the powerful purple-clad young man before them. Therefore, they were rational and did not run. However, deep in the Yang Peak's guardian elder's eyes, there was a hint of pain and sorrow. No one knew what he was thinking. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian smirked and disappeared on the spot with a shake of his body. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. When he flew out, he was like a sharp sword slicing through the air. Upon closer inspection, apart from the 5-colored energy, there was a layer of solidified sword energy around Duan Lingtian's body. It was the sword profundity that he had comprehended. Moments later, Duan Lingtian passed by Yang Hong and his son and blocked their path. What else do you want? Yang Hong's expression changed drastically when he was stopped. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, What do you think? Duan Lingtian smirked. We didn't really do anything to your 2 fiancés. Your people have gone to look for them. With your people's sensitive sense of smell, it's not difficult for you to find them. Yang Hong took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart. He pretended to be calm as he spoke. That's a different matter. Putting aside the fact that you tried to mislead me earlier, Do you think I'll let you go after you killed my two senior sisters? Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually turned cold. Waves of killing intent surged out of his body and landed on Yang Hong and his son. Father, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Yang Hong was fine as a father since he could withstand Duan Lingtian's killing intent. However, his son, Yang Fei, could not. He lost his composure and cried out loudly. His face was distorted, and his eyes were filled with fear. I killed Yang Shui. It has nothing to do with my son. Kill me and let my son go. Soon after, Yang Hong took a step forward and shielded his son behind him. He stared at Duan Lingtian resolutely. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he no longer had any intention of resisting. He could only hope that Duan Lingtian would let his son go after killing him. You don't have the right to bargain with me. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot and transformed into a huge, five-colored sword that charged toward Yang Hong and his son. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever the huge sword passed, the sound of air exploding could be heard. It was accompanied by the heaven and earth energy in the air. It was deafening. In the blink of an eye, Yang Hong and his son were reduced to ashes by the huge, five-colored sword and completely disappeared from this world. Only 2 spatial rings and a few concept and profundity fragments were left behind. Yang Hong could not summon any fighting spirit in front of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if he attacked with all his might, even if he died in the end, he could barely hold on for a few breaths. Whoosh! Chapter 1151. Run, run. We must run. That was the only thought left in both Li Fei and Ker's minds as they ran. They supported each other as they shuttled through the mountain forest with complicated terrain. They flew aimlessly, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. They did not have any destination in mind. All they wanted to do was to leave the Yin Yang sect as soon as possible and escape. Sister Feier, do you think senior sister will survive? Ker's young face was filled with worry. Her autumn eyes were filled with tears as she asked Li Fei who was next to her softly. Li Fei became silent when she heard that. She knew that it was almost impossible for her senior sister to survive. I don't know why the volcano on Young Peak erupted all of a sudden. I think it's because of this that they didn't chase after us for a while. Sister Ker, let's run away and survive. We'll avenge Master and Senior Sister in the future. Li Fei glanced at Young Peak that was spewing lava behind them. She changed the topic and said to Ker who was next to her. Yes. Ker nodded. Her face was filled with determination as her eyes gleamed with hatred. I'll definitely avenge Master and Senior Sister. I will. The seed of hatred was sprouting in Ker's heart. Over there. Li Fei called out to Ker and took a detour. They took a shortcut and continued to run away from the Yin Yang sect. They did not dare to fly in the air. Although it was fast, it would make them a big target. With their cultivation base, it would not take long for them to be caught if they flew in the air. Therefore, they did not care about speed. All they wanted was to escape alive. Whoosh! In the sky not far from where the two girls were, a golden figure suddenly stopped. It was a tall old man in a golden robe. The smell is mixed up here. It's hard to identify. The golden-robed old man was the gold thug who was sent by Duan Lingtian to chase after Ker and Li Fei. The gold thug was frowning. His true form was a golden hellhound. He was a dog-type demonic beast, and his nose was especially sensitive. However, even though his nose was sharp, he was unable to smell the 2 scents that he had been searching for because of the mixed scents in the vicinity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without any hesitation, the gold thug flew back and forth, trying to find the 2 scents. However, he found nothing in the end. There's no other way. We can only shout now. Gold thug sighed. I hope the 2 mistresses can meet up with me in time after hearing my words. Then, I can go back and report to my master. With that thought in mind, Gold Thug opened his mouth and shouted without hesitation. Mistresses, my master is Duan Lingtian, and he's already arrived at the Yin Yang sect. If you can hear my voice, you don't have to hide anymore. Just follow me to see my master. The Gold Thug's voice contained the origin energy of a 6th-level demon Monarch stage martial artist. When it spread out, it was like a clap of thunder that swept through the forest. For a moment, the birds in the forest were all startled by the Gold Thug. In a canyon in the nearby mountain ridge, 2 white-clad ladies were leaning against each other. They were leaning against the mountain wall as they looked up into the sky. Unfortunately, they could not see anything. However, they were able to clearly hear the voice from earlier. Mistresses, my master is Duan Lingtian, and he's already arrived at the Yin Yang sect. If you can hear my voice, you don't have to hide anymore. Just follow me to see my master. Soon, the voice continued to ring out. However, this time, the voice was a little far away. It was obvious that the person who shouted had gone far away. At once, the 2 ladies who were hiding in the canyon heaved a sigh of relief. Sister Fayer, do you think he's really one of young master's men? One of the white-clad ladies asked hesitantly as she looked at Li Fei, who was next to her. She had a hint of innocence on her beautiful face. She was none other than Kerr. Judging from the range of that person's voice, his cultivation base is at least at the 4th-level martial monarch stage. Do you think such a person would recognize a bad guy as his master? Li Fei shook her head. Kerr fell silent when she heard Li Fei's words. That was right. Even if her young master really came here, it was impossible for him to have a follower at the 4th-level martial monarch stage or above. All martial monarch powerhouses were arrogant people. Unless one was stronger than them in terms of martial strength, it was impossible for them to follow them, let alone become their master. Although the bad guy's innate talent is strong, the cultivation resources he can get in the 7-star sword sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are limited. Even if he goes to the Darkstone Empire or the Dark Han Dynasty, the improvement in his strength can't be compared to ours. Li Fei voiced her speculation. Even if he leaves the Dark Han Dynasty and joins a 3rd-rate force, or even a 2nd-rate force in the Outer Land, his improvement won't be as big as ours. So, this person can't be one of the bad guy's men. He must be someone that Yang Hong and his son found to pretend to be the bad guy's man to lure us in. Towards the end, Li Fei's tone was resolute. But they don't seem to know young master's name, right? Kerr agreed with Li Fei's words, but she was also confused. You and I have mentioned the bad guy's name to senior sister before. There were a few times when senior sister mentioned the bad guy's name, and there were many Yin Peak disciples around. Li Fei speculated, perhaps they've already heard the bad guy's name from some of the Yin Peak disciples. That should be the case. Kerr nodded when she heard Li Fei's words. The confusion in her heart was gone. Mistresses, my master is Duan Lingtian, and he has arrived at the Yin Yang sect. If you hear my voice, there's no need to continue hiding. Just follow me to see my master. Mistresses, my master is Duan Lingtian, and he has arrived at the Yin Yang sect. If you hear my voice, there's no need to continue hiding. Just follow me to see my master. The voice continued to reverberate in the distance until it disappeared from Li Fei and Kerr's ears. Let's go. Li Fei called out to Kerr, and the 2 women continued to depart. Sister Fayer, what should we do after we leave? Do we take the swift boat to cross the Ruoshui River and return to the southern outer land to look for young master? Kerr asked as she looked at Li Fei. Although our cultivation base has entered the martial monarch stage, it's only at the 1st-level martial monarch stage. If we encounter those powerful bandits when we pass by the Ruoshui River, we'll definitely die. Li Fei said solemnly, with our current cultivation base, it's very risky to take the swift boat to cross the Ruoshui River to return to the southern outer land. Then what should we do next? Kerr asked. She agreed with Li Fei's words. Now, they were no longer living for themselves. They were living for their men. They still had to live for their master and senior sister who had passed away. Therefore, they did not dare to take the risk. Back then, when they followed their senior sister to the Yin Yang sect, they had a 5th-level martial monarch stage Yin Peak Elder following them. That was why they could reach the Yin Yang sect smoothly. They still remembered. At that time, the strongest bandit they encountered on the swift boat was at the 4th-level martial monarch stage. Moreover, they encountered 2 of them consecutively, 4th-level martial monarch stage bandits. If they encountered them now, they would definitely die. They were only first-level martial monarch stage martial artists now. Next, let's find a secluded place to hide and cultivate. Li Fei's eyes gleamed as she said slowly, "It's rumored that some of the Emperor Wu powerhouses in the Innerland will publicly recruit disciples and followers 3 years later. By then, we'll head to Yuhan Valley and participate in the test set by Yuhan Emperor Wu. We'll try our best to pass the test and become his disciple. If we cultivate under Emperor Wu, we'll be able to obtain better cultivation resources. On top of that, with Emperor Wu's guidance, our ability will improve by leaps and bounds. If we can become Emperor Wu's direct disciple, we'll only need to say the word to get Emperor Wu to send someone to kill Yang Hong." Li Fei's eyes gleamed coldly when she mentioned Yang Hong. "Yuhan Valley? Yuhan Emperor Wu?" Kerr mumbled. "I think I've heard of this Emperor Wu. Is he the Emperor Wu from Yuhan Valley in the Innerland's extreme north?" "That's right, it's him." Li Fei nodded. "Sister Fei." Kerr's voice suddenly turned cold. "If any of us are lucky enough to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple, don't ask Emperor Wu to send someone to kill Yang Hong, okay?" Li Fei was stunned. She asked with a frown, "Why?" "I want to kill him with my own hands." Kerr's voice was extremely cold and filled with bone-piercing hatred. "I understand." Li Fei nodded. "We'll avenge Master and Senior Sister with our own strength. This way, they'll be comforted in the afterlife." As Li Fei and Kerr continued to leave the Yin Yang sect, in the sky above Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, Duan Lingtian returned to Feng Tianwu's side after putting away the spatial ring and a few concept and profundity fragments left behind by Yang Hong and his son. His eyes immediately landed on the 3 senior officials of Yang Peak. His face was cold and murderous. "Master, we've only just learned of Yang Hong's previous actions. As for your 2 fiancés, although we know about it, we can't stop Yang Hong since our words carry little weight." One of the vice peak masters of Yang Peak looked at Duan Lingtian and took the lead to express his opinion. "That's right, Master. When Yang Hong was here, our strength was weaker than him, so we could only obey him. However, I can swear that I've never done anything wrong to your 2 fiancés." The other vice peak master of Yang Peak expressed his opinion as well. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 of them indifferently. His gaze landed on the old man who did not express his opinion. With the experience in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, he could tell at a glance that the old man was stronger than the old man. This old man was stronger than the other 2. He might even be on par with Yang Hong. You want to be the sect leader of Yin Yang sect? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.